So they should. Yeah, it would be the team. Okay, Django.
Ok, sila gusto rin ako niya. Kita mo.
viewing of this picture on Facebook now. So, no, that's not television. That's television.
Normally James like oh James classes dedicated.
How are you? With the evidence. With the South African and still making
Bob. Bob.
we will see. We were together. Oh, yes, I mean, you would be here. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are all well. My name is Vusithemba Ndima.
I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for heritage promotion and preservation. I have been tasked to direct the program for today. So you will be seeing a lot of me today. And I hope that you are all well. And I also suggest that we observe the COVID-19 protocols. If it means that we do the spacing as much as we can, let's do that, because we do have adequate space today. And I think that there will be people who are going to be assisting with, we did get the sanitizers as we get into the space. We will then be waiting for the minister and his entourage. And as he comes in, I will request that we all rise. And when we rise, we will then start with the anthems, which will be the South African anthem first. And it's then going to be followed by the AU anthem. And then immediately after that, we will do the necessary introductions. And then we will begin with this very important work that we are about to do today. So I'm hoping that my colleagues have gone to fetch the minister. Anthems, which will be the South African. Not yet. And it's then going to be followed. Okay, so let's just wait for that moment. But you look very healthy, look very good. Yeah, I think we're going to have a beautiful day today in terms of ideas, in terms of sharing, getting speakers from different subsectors who will be sharing with us knowledge about UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the minister is about to enter. If we can all rise. Our Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, Minister Mthethwa. And I would request that as the minister enters, and I'm thankful that we have all risen up, and if we can just stand there so that we can start with our prayers. First, the national prayer, which is a South African national anthem, and it will be followed by the African prayer or continental prayer, which is the AU anthem. Can I hand over to the studio? Thank you.
Ufelice din toate la sueñe, o si Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rise together to defend our liberty and unity. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and sing together to uphold the bonds that frame our destiny. Let us dedicate ourselves to fight together for lasting peace and justice honor. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life. Let us all unite and join together to give the best we have to Africa, the cradle of mankind and fount of culture, our pride and hope and break of dawn. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Thank you very much. We can get seated. I think if we can all get seated as I just do the welcome, and maybe let me just start by welcoming the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, Minister Nathi Mthethwa, and let me also greet the Mr. Carlton Mukwevho, who is the Secretary General of the South African National Commission for UNESCO, Professor Aaron Rensbeck, Chairperson of NATCOM, Dr. Sibongile Masuku, who is the Chairperson of Culture Sector at the South African National Commission for UNESCO. And maybe it's important also that I start by really just thanking Dr. Masuku for really ensuring that he facilitates this particular meeting today. The meeting, which is an information sharing workshop, which is going to be taking place between the 3rd and 4th of February 2022, under the theme Moving Towards Integrated Implementation of UNESCO Conventions in the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Sector, a stakeholder approach. And of course, there is a very clear objective of why we are here today. It's about raising awareness of UNESCO programs and conventions that have been ratified by South Africa amongst the different stakeholders in the arts, culture, heritage, and creative industries. It's also to share information about the various organizations. We normally hear about these organizations, but today and tomorrow we will be hearing these organizations speaking to us about what is it that they're doing and what is it that they're expecting from us and what is it that they're expecting from the civil society. This is about creating a platform for government, civil society, and academia to engage and reflect on the work of UNESCO, but also to formally introduce our new culture committee chairperson to the sector, Dr. Masugu, also to serve as a platform for the chairperson, the department and entities to align their strategic plans and broad objectives, with the strategic objectives of different UNESCO conventions and programs. Now, I must say that we will be having museums represented here, all heritage institutions. We'll also be having academia, government departments, regional organizations that are going to be speaking to us. I'm also wanting to say that we will also be having people who are going to be speaking, not from this venue, but from wherever they are going to be online. And it's going to be quite important for me. I deliberately said that I would single out the presence here of former Miss SA, Miss Shudufatsu Mosida. I'm sure is well known to all of us. Can we give a round of applause, please? But also, I think she is also here just to be here and greet us, and then also to take some blessings, as you know that he is going to be competing for Miss World. So we must be able to give those blessings that we pray that he actually represent us well in the world. Thank you very much. I think it's going to be quite important also, just before I let the minister come and address us, to just give you a list of speakers. Some of them I've already mentioned, but other speakers that are going to be blessing this occasion, informing this occasion. We will, I've already, well, let me just talk to those who I've not mentioned. There will be Miss Roxana Oma, will be represent us at ICROM. Miss Laura Robertson, ICOMOS, Catherine Snell, ICOM, and they will try and unpack all these abbreviations because it will take me some time to unpack them. And then Miss Beverly Thomas, ICOM, Miss Regina Isaacs from SARA, Ms. Nandi Papengu, Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Professor Harriet Deakin is an independent heritage expert. Dr. Prince Solani, also an independent heritage expert. Ms. Avril Jofi, who is also from Wits University. Ms. L. Lehrange from SARA, deals with the issues of underwater cultural heritage. I think I did mention there is also Professor Rasool, Siraj Rasool, who is also an independent heritage expert with the broader heritage as well as museums. These are eminent speakers that are going to be with us today. If you have got program in front of you, you will see that I have actually done the opening and welcome, and it's my honor and privilege, Minister Nathi Mthethwa, to come and address us. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Sanbonan, Sanbon, Molweni, Dumelang, Ndaweyando, Abshin, Molweni. Thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to everyone here this morning. We need one of the objectives of the language policy is that at least we should know one indigenous language, all of us as South Africans, at least the basics. And I must add that because we are who we are at this level, we should be understanding and knowing that prayer, the AU anthem. It's an important prayer. If you listen to what it says to us and what we are saying to the world as Africa. So Program Director, the DDG of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, Vusindima, thank you for the opportunity. We have in our midst Mr. Francisco Gomez Duran, who's the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa. We also acknowledge Professor Aaron Rensbeck, the chairperson of South African National Commission for UNESCO, SA NATCOM. Morning, my brother, and thanks for having you here. We also have Mr. Carlton Mukwevo, the Secretary General of the South African National Commission for UNESCO, who's here with us. Dr. Sibongile Masuku, who has already been introduced as the chairperson of culture, distinguished guests, members of the journalistic fraternity who are here with us, ladies and gentlemen. Before perhaps I make this intervention of mine, I want to echo what the Program Director, Didi Chindima, said when he acknowledged Ms. Shudu here with us. You're welcome, ma'am, and thanks for coming to be with us here today. We pride ourselves with what we have as a nation. We have a beautiful heart as a nation. We have beautiful face. We have beautiful brains as a nation. And this is the wealth we have as a nation of Ms. Shudu Faso Msida here, our former Miss South Africa. We have the current Miss South Africa, Lalela. We pride ourselves. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion, Miss. So our point of departure in engaging the outside world, the South African government, is informed by the Lodestar principle or the Lodestar policy, which defined everything for the new dispensation in South Africa, whether talking of the Constitution of the Republic, whether we're talking about any other legislation or regulation, we had this Lodestar policy, which is the Freedom Charter. And I want to quote the interpretation of the Freedom Charter by the governing party's consultative conference in 1969 in Morogoro, which was referring to this Lodestar policy, the Freedom Charter. And I quote, "South Africa shall strive to maintain world peace and the settlement of international disputes by negotiating not war, democratic South Africa shall take its place as a member of OAU then, which is AU now, and work to strengthen Pan-African unity in all fields. The democratic states shall discover, develop, and encourage national talent for the enhancement of our cultural life. All cultural treasures of mankind shall be open to all by free exchange of books, ideas, and contacts with other lands. The aim of education shall be to teach the youth to love their people and their culture, to honor human brotherhood, I would say humanity, liberty and peace, Freedom Charter, 1955. So our participation in the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization, otherwise known as UNESCO's activities, is informed by these assertions made above. The advancement of global human rights and the promotion of global peace and security is part of this package. UNESCO is known as the intellectual agency of the United Nations. At a time when the world is looking for new ways to build peace and sustainable development, people must rely on the power of intelligence to innovate, expand their horizons, and sustain the hope of a new humanism. UNESCO is the only specialized agency of the United Nations system responsible for culture, education, and science. One of its core mandates is to develop normative and standard setting instruments in its fields of competence and to support the effective implementation. South Africa is a state party to various international instruments aimed at protection, preservation, and safeguarding of our cultural and natural heritage. We have ratified as a country 6 out of 7 UNESCO culture and heritage conventions. We are, however, making positive progress towards ratifying one outstanding convention on the 2003 Safeguarding of Intangible Cultural Heritage. This convention was approved by Cabinet already in November 2021, and preparations and processes are currently underway to table it in Parliament before it can be deposited to UNESCO for ratification. This therefore brings me to why we are having this stakeholder information sharing workshop over the next 2 days. I'll just count 4 of the reasons. Firstly, is to raise awareness of UNESCO conventions ratified by South Africa and for which we are state party to. Secondly, it is to share information about the various international heritage organizations supporting the work of UNESCO, such as the International Center for Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property, ICROM, the International Council on Monuments and Sites, ICOMOS, and the International Council of Museums, ICOM. Thirdly, to create a platform for government, civil society, and academia to engage and reflect on the work of UNESCO and the various conventions, and to monitor the sector's progress in terms of implementation of these conventions. And I must add that it's not only implementation, but also taking lead and taking our rightful place as South Africa in the ecosystem of UNESCO and other multilateral institutions. And fourthly, for the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture and its entities to look at their APPs and to see where it can align it or align those plans with the objectives of the different UNESCO conventions and programs, so we ensure that we meet our international obligations with regard to implementing the conventions, both at the national and international level. UNESCO encourages countries to create holistic policies that are capable of addressing the social, environmental, and economic dimensions of sustainable development. This new thinking on the sustainable development reaffirms the founding principles of the organization and enhances its role. At a workshop like this, many of us are of like minds, I want to assume, believing that arts, culture, language, and heritage are critical matters. However, there are a few things that bear repeating. We cannot overlook the fact that culture and heritage are the most powerful forces that drives people. Culture and heritage creates personal and economic growth. It educates, it overcomes divide, brings people together, and builds nations. It allows us to come to terms with our past, learn from it, and chart the way forward. Culture is therefore the defining feature of who we are. Within the framework of all conventions for the protection of cultural heritage and the promotion of cultural diversity, as well as flagship programs, UNESCO must not only deliver diagnostics of existing or emerging problems, but also offer effective, innovative solutions to make environments and communities more resilient. And it will do this better with our own intervention and participation. This is particularly important as we are recovering and rebuilding from the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. The culture and heritage sector was hit the hardest by this pandemic. It is therefore important that we use tools of multilateralism through our various international treaties and conventions to start rebuilding the sector. This can be done by looking at the synergies between the various conventions for which we are state party to, ensuring that we fully implement their provisions and therefore making them work for all of us. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture gives its full support to UNESCO through the regional office, which is based in Harare, and most importantly, the National Commission for UNESCO, which is based at the Department of Basic Education. We acknowledge the very important role that the national and field offices play in enhancing cooperation and forging new partnerships with all stakeholders involved. The workshop will therefore aim to strengthen the human and institutional capacities of governments and civil society actors in monitoring and implementing UNESCO conventions. One of the key requirements of all UNESCO conventions is for state parties to create awareness within their territories on the work of UNESCO. The hosting of this information sharing workshop can be viewed as a direct response to the broad overarching requirement under UNESCO conventions. We ought to support these conventions. We ought to be working very closely with UNESCO at all material times, especially because as South Africa, we are the global citizen. What affects us affects others across the world. You know, program director, the recent issue, for instance, the debacle of the key, the prison key of Mandela, the late president, which was about to be auctioned in faraway lands from where we are. One thing which came in handy for us is the fact that we are signatories to a number of these conventions. And when we decided to do what is correct, to take on those who want to steal our own heritage, products, projects, and objects like the key, we touch base with the office of UNESCO in Paris. And we told them that we want them to be on our side because this is us, it defines us, especially because it's the key, especially because of the symbolism of the key, that it is this key which locked Mandela for 27 years in prison. It was this key which unlocked him and saw him a free man. So we can't, we cannot, not only the key, we cannot have our heritage, our both tangible and intangible heritage being taken and up for sale. It can't be. It's not a question of money, but it's the question of pride, and it's a question of our heritage and who we are. We also envisage that the workshop will respond to the growing need for heritage protection and conservation, and how the treaties and conventions can assist and be used as tools to provide this. The workshop will also promote sustainable development through dialogue and cooperation, which will contribute to the strengthening and supporting South Africa and Africa's participation as a region in the implementation of UNESCO conventions, therefore contributing to promoting global priority Africa, which is one of the key priority areas at UNESCO. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, allow me to wish all of you the best with your deliberations over the next 2 days as you share information, build relations, and exchange best practices on how we can collectively, as a sector, contribute to the full implementation of UNESCO conventions and programs. Thank you kindly for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister, for opening this august occasion, but also for sharing with us a number of ideas, as officials, as civil society, about the power of culture and heritage, but also for giving us some ideas, Minister, because as you speak about the key, it's one of those things that as we have this forum, we need to talk about. We need to talk about issues of national estate. What is the responsibility of each and every one of us in the protection of our heritage objects? And of course, sharing information about how, even if we do want to do exports and imports, what are the laws that we need to respect and follow so that everything is done according to the book. Thank you so much, Minister. And we really treasure the inputs that you have made, and we have laid a very good foundation for this particular meeting. And without any further waste of time, I would therefore give platform on the overview of the functions of UNESCO and its programs. It will first be Mr. Francisco Gomez Duran, who is the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa, and he will be followed by Professor Rensbeck, chairperson of South African NATCOM. And I just think also it's prudent to introduce our sign language interpreter, Ms. Fumani Tladi, who is doing this very important work so that everybody has access to this information and knowledge that is being shared here. So without any further waste of time, can I call upon Mr. Francisco Gomez Duran to come and address us? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and congratulations on the organization of this very important workshop. Before we hear from the experts or more information on the implementation of the conventions that South Africa has ratified, I would like to give you some information and to recall some important events that happened very recently at UNESCO. As you know, back in November 2021, as it happens every 2 years, the UNESCO member states met in Paris during the General Conference. And this year was special. Was special because it was the moment that UNESCO was approving its priorities and objectives for the next 4 and 8 years, what we commonly know as the program and budget of the organization, the 41C5, and also the medium-term strategy, the C4. Both documents describing in a very clear way what are the priorities of the organization until 2025 and until 2029. These documents, on the one hand, and I wanted to highlight these aspects, on the one hand, they ratified the mandate and the priorities of the culture sector, the work that UNESCO has been doing in this domain for the past years. So it was a confirmation of the work and the priorities in terms of culture and heritage protection, promotion and safeguarding, but also the fostering of the creative economy, mainly in response to global challenges, climate change, challenges concerning security, armed conflict, natural disasters, refugee crisis, also the imbalances in terms of population. In some areas of the world, we have aging populations, whether in others we have an explosion of population. We have challenges concerning exponential urbanization, or the challenges and opportunities that digital environment, digital technologies, and artificial intelligence bring. So in response to all these main challenges, but also in contribution to the achievement of the 2030 agenda, the UNESCO member states defined the agenda for the next 4 and 8 years. What is new about these documents, and it was actually the very first time that this happened, building on many years of pushing and efforts in order to further enhance internal collaboration between UNESCO Secretariat and UNESCO conventions, but also to enhance collaboration between UNESCO culture sector and the other sectors of UNESCO. As the minister mentioned, UNESCO also deals with education, with social sciences, natural sciences, communication and information. And there's been efforts to enhance this collaboration in the past, but this is the very first time that this has been codified in these 2 documents. Let me give you some examples, and Dr. Masuku here is also very familiar with some of the efforts that we've been implementing at the regional office for Southern Africa. For example, one of the work that we are doing at the moment and that it will be further enhanced in the next coming years is the work on the integration of intangible cultural heritage into basic formal and non-formal education. So this is some work that we are currently developing together, the culture sector with the education sector. Other examples that are also very pertinent for the region is the work that the UNESCO Regional Office is doing in the context of the National Liberation Movement heritage. This is a work that was initiated by the communication and information sector, mainly on the preservation of documentary and audiovisual heritage, the very rich heritage that you have in the region, but also the work that needs to be done in order to transmit and to pass on all this knowledge, values, and heritage to the future generations. So this is something that the culture sector is currently being involved in order to involve more prominently cultural centers and museums in transmitting the values and the preservation of this very important heritage. Another example, for example, is the work that we are doing together with the natural science sector in terms of protection of indigenous people's knowledge and traditional knowledge for conservation of biodiversity. So these are just some of the examples of how we are implementing this mandate from member states to work more closely with other UNESCO sectors. But this collaboration, and I'm sure that our colleagues, the experts that we'll discuss during this day and tomorrow, is also internal collaboration. You are probably very much aware, and I would like to hear about the experience here in South Africa, about how you are trying to work together between different domains and different conventions. One big step that was decided back in November is, for example, to try to concentrate the actions. And one very clear example is the synergies that are being favored between the 70 Convention on the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural property and the work on the protection of underwater cultural heritage. As you probably know, and I'm sure that this is one of the big challenges also here in South Africa and in the Southern African region, is the problem of pillaging of underwater cultural heritage. So it makes sense to join forces and to join the forces of these two conventions to work together. Another very interesting move was also to strengthen the synergies between the 54 Convention on the protection of cultural heritage in armed conflict with the work that UNESCO is doing in terms of the response and the prevention of emergency, whether it is armed conflict, natural disasters. So this is one of the main aspects of this new program and budget and this medium-term strategy for UNESCO. And the other one that I also wanted to raise today is the new operational strategy for Global Priority Africa. As you know, for the past 8 years, UNESCO has two main global priorities. The first one is on gender equality, meaning that each and every project and program of UNESCO needs to incorporate the mainstreaming of gender equality within all its actions. And the second one is Priority Africa. During the deliberations, during the General Conference in November 2021, it was acknowledged that further efforts needed to be done in order to really implement this Priority Africa. And what it's new, it's that a results framework was adopted with very clear objectives, very clear expected results. And in the case of Priority Africa, we have two main priorities for the region, and the office in Southern Africa is going to be investing efforts in this. On the one hand, we have one objective on world heritage, As you know, in terms of representation, Africa is still very much underrepresented in the World Heritage List. So we are going to intensify our efforts to support member states. In the case of the region, for example, we have the Kingdom of Eswatini, still with no World Heritage on the list. And this is part of the work that we are doing, but also supporting the other countries in reinforcing their efforts so they can inscribe sites on the World Heritage List. Also about bringing World Heritage sites out of the list of World Heritage in danger, and also increasing conservation efforts. And I'm sure that experts will discuss later more about this. And the second one, and the minister also recalled this, is the efforts that we need to do on the repatriation, return, and restitution of cultural heritage. So UNESCO is investing a lot of efforts, especially in the region, in order to support member states with our technical expertise for them to claim the restitution and return of the cultural heritage, cultural objects that left the continent during the past decades. So this is some background that I just wanted to give you before we continue with the conversations, more particularly about each and every convention. And I would like to thank you again for this opportunity. Feel free to speak to me during these 2 days. I really would like to learn more about the work that you guys are doing here in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Juran. And maybe let me just also take this opportunity just to apologize. There was just a mistake in terms of the introduction. In fact, we have here in our midst, Miss or Mrs. Phumzile Ntshabela, Mrs. Universe South Africa Top 7 Finalist 2022. And of course, there will be a grand finale in February 2022, which she will be participating in. So I think it's important that we correct that. Thank you very much. And I think a round of applause once again. Thank you. Can we then maybe, Prof, we're all yours. Thank you very much.
Let me begin by acknowledging Minister Mthethwa. It's always a great honor and a special privilege to be in your presence, Minister. And I want to in particular extend sincere appreciation for your opening remarks, which addressed some of the key matters relating to our role, in particular our leadership role on the one hand in UNESCO, as well as our role in implementing these global conventions. So thank you so much, Minister, for gracing us on this occasion. DDG Ndima, UNESCO South Africa SG, Mr. Mkhwevo, Culture Sector Chair, Dr. Masuku, our Rosa colleague, Mr. Juran, colleagues, comrades, friends. It's indeed a great honor and a special privilege to be with you. And of course, we should begin with proper greetings. Sanibonani, Tobel, Dumelang. I guess I come from the Eastern Cape, so I also have to say Molweni. So I want to first of all then begin by congratulating you, Minister, and the department for putting together this very important consultative forum. It is important because for the last 2-3 years or so, we have been reflecting intensely on the role that we are playing as the, and I'm looking for the right words now, as the meeting place and the connecting bridges of UNESCO. So we've been self-examining, and we have begun to ask our leaders in the sectors to begin to ask themselves the question and to engage those questions with the stakeholders, with the leaders, the experts in the sectors. As I said to you earlier, Minister, just tongue in cheek, I do make the point that when we have our trek, our gathering heading to Paris every 2 years, we're not there for the biscuits and tea. We are there to influence and shape, as you have pointed out, Minister, influence and shape and lead the evolution of UNESCO in this 21st century. And so this is an important gathering, and we do hope to have similar gatherings in the other 4 sectors, being education, that covers basic higher education, technical vocational education, etc. The third one that covers communication. The fourth one that covers the natural sciences in its broadness. And the fifth one that covers the human and social sciences. And as our colleagues will immediately observe, we are speaking of at least 8-9 ministries that are central to the execution, on the one hand, of these global agreements and treaties and conventions, and on the other hand, of advocating and shaping the evolution of UNESCO. And so this gathering, these conversations that will flow over the next many hours are extremely important to us. The SG will constantly remind us that South Africa, insofar as Africa is concerned, is the largest financial contributor to UNESCO. Tongue in cheek, you will say to me, if we include all of East and Southern Africa, all of our contributions, it's probably less than South Africa's contribution. But of course, this is not about the finances. It is about the impact that we expect to generate, if you like, in Paris as the gateway to the world, and here in Mzansi. It is the impact that we are seeking to accomplish. And therefore, a significant conversation therefore must be about the roles of national commissions of UNESCO. And I'm not going to spend time there except to reference 2 easily accessible documents on the internet. One is called The Architecture of National Commissions for UNESCO. It's an easy to read document. And the second one, in a similar vein, is called The Handbook of National Commissions for UNESCO, was it UNISA? And so these are easily accessible documents that helps us reflect on, and journey with our roles as UNESCO here in South Africa. Except for me to draw attention, again, bearing in mind that we are a meeting place and a connecting bridge, that our roles include the protection of the UNESCO name and logo. I mean, that might sound symbolically unimportant, but it is important. We play a significant role in promoting and protecting the role, the image, the reputation of UNESCO. We play a role of consultation and liaison, as we're doing over the next many hours. We provide expert advice as national commissions and as sectors. Play the role of information, of mobilizing participation, and of execution at national level. And our membership is wide-ranging. The government ministries that we have implicitly referenced a moment ago are vital and important to the work of UNESCO national commissions, as would be our civil society organizations, academia, non-government organizations, universities, and individuals within the broad span of education, science, culture, and communication. And so you are important actors and role players in us arriving at consensus positions and us articulating those in flagship initiatives domestically and articulating them in Paris, as I say, as the reference point for our multilateral engagement. I want to lastly just spend time, Minister and colleagues, on what I'm particularly passionate about in the end. How do we evaluate ourselves? So yes, we can use those broad categories of protecting the name, consultation and liaison, advisory, that is expert advisory roles, in how well we do in information, in mobilizing participation, and in execution. And we can use those broad categories. But typically the starting point is for us here as the culture sector to be able to say, these are our strategic priorities during the time of this 7th commission of UNESCO here in South Africa. And so the 7th commission in the in the culture sector, we hope, DDG Ndima and Chair Dr. Masuku, we hope that at the end of these conversations, that you would be able to walk away with a set of strategic priorities that would become the reference point for us to be able to evaluate our progress, our accomplishments, and our success. And it's important that as we put together that strat plan, that it needs to take account, on the one hand, of our domestic role. Is there a flagship or two that we want to prioritize? Interesting point, Minister and colleagues. Liverpool had its heritage site, its heritage status removed just last year. And the reason for that is because instead of protecting and developing the heritage site, the city overdeveloped and turned much of the heritage site that is called Liverpool, or that was called Liverpool, turned it into upmarket housing. So downtown was quickly converted into wonderful housing for the middle and upper classes. Just last year, we had the fire on Table Mountain, one of our prestigious heritage sites. And the regional director of UNESCO immediately picked myself and said, I want to go on a personal site visit to establish the extent of the damage and the extent to which the state party, South Africa, is grappling with that particular issue. And we spent 2 days down at the heritage site, taken through by the local fire officers, but also the officers responsible for the heritage site. And we walked away confident that the officers responsible for that site are engaged and they're on top. I heard at the time, regrettably, it was a fire started in a particular spot by a homeless person. And I'm not making any reference now, Minister, to our national site, the Parliament. I'm referring to a specific instance in which a homeless person sought to create a fire to warm themselves up on a cold night on a mountain or cool night on the mountain. And the next thing, we had a massive fire outbreak, which also then brought into repute the status of our heritage site. And so I simply draw attention then to the importance that you also highlighted in your remarks about our heritage sites, the fact that even as South Africa, we have so few heritage sites. In addition, of course, to the fact that our regional partners from Eswatini through Lesotho, through Zimbabwe, Namibia, Angola, Mozambique, also very low numbers, if any, in respect of these heritage sites, which takes me to the second part of any strategic plan. And that is the extent to which we are building regional cooperation. And so I want to encourage us as we do the work, that we also have the regional lens, the SADC lens, but also the Pan-African lens, the AU lens, as we call it, the Priority Africa lens. And so as we do the domestic, have the domestic lens, and it would be great if there's one flagship, but if there are many flagships, that's okay, as long as we can give effect to them. And as long as it's in the minds of all of us, it captures our minds. And then secondly, as I say, the regional and the Pan-African lens. And the third lens I would encourage us to use also then is the Paris, now that we're on the executive board and we have quarterly meetings of the executive board, and of course the conference every 2 years. What happens in Paris? I was asking tongue in cheek again, we were in Paris recently, and I asked the DG of Science and Innovation, I asked him, so what happens, DG, in Paris stays in Paris? Tongue in cheek. We don't follow through. We gather, we have great energy and passion, and the moment we pack our bags and get on the plane, it's gone. And so one of the criteria that we have set for ourselves is we want to influence the resolutions. It cannot be that we have a situation as the one that we have in the UN Security Council, where the drafters of the resolutions in that Security Council are the permanent members, period. It can't be the same replicated at UNESCO. And hence the minister's call for us to take our leadership role. We have to take the pen in the old language of diplomacy. we have to draft the resolutions. We have to mobilize support. And the drafting of a resolution doesn't happen in Paris. It happens here in South Africa, in the region and on the continent, where we mobilize support, and beyond our continent, where we source support to influence the direction. And so, unfortunately, one of the criteria is the extent to which we contribute to the body of resolutions, not as an end in itself, but as a means for shaping and influencing the journey, the trajectory of UNESCO here in South Africa, on the continent, and globally so. And so I end, therefore, my remarks on that note, Minister and colleagues, by congratulating you on coming together in this manner, Dr. Masuku, putting this together, Didiji and Dima and your colleagues, and providing the platform for conversations about intersecting these two flags behind me, UNESCO and South Africa, SADC in turn, and the AU, bringing these together intellectually, because often we struggle to bring them together. But I think there are concrete issues on the agenda that will help us bring together the two flags, so to speak, in conversation. And so I wish you only the very best in your deliberations. Please be assured that we stand ready to support you. You can rely on our support. And to the extent, of course, to which we need to engage with our Paris embassy and with the ambassador, who is our permanent representative at UNESCO, that will also be enabled and facilitated. So I thank you so much. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Professor. We also thank you very much, Mr. Juran, for having shared with us programs for UNESCO, and we're going to be following up, as you have correctly indicated, that those who would still want to know more, you are here to provide further information. Prof, thank you so much for really urging us to play this global role as South Africa, and to influence decisions at that national level. But also, what is important is that those decisions should be grounded on even civil society aspirations in terms of what people want to see happening in that space of arts, culture, and heritage. I think we will be, I'm sure that the speakers who are going to be coming after you, they will be picking up on those issues, picking up on the issues of strategic objectives that we need to put in place so that we're able to assess and evaluate how we're progressing, but also looking at what could be the flagships that we can then say, look, we identify these as focal areas that we're going to be focusing on within the next 7 years. So I'm sure that the speakers will be also just reflecting on that as they prepare to make their inputs. Thank you so much. And I would therefore call upon a person who has been very influential, of course, in bringing us here, who, after having been appointed, took it upon herself to say, it's not about the position, just to hold a position without doing anything that is tangible. So I know her from a long time ago that she is indeed a doer. She's a person who wants to see things being done. That is none other than Dr. Sibongile Masuku, who will come and address us. Over to you.
Sanibonani nonke endlini. Ngiyathokoza kakhulu ukuba nani. And I'd like to acknowledge the minister who's spoken ahead of me, and to acknowledge our representative from UNESCO Rosa, and to also acknowledge the sagacity that comes from the presentation by the Prof. Minister Mthethwa, you know, our languages are so broad and they're growing. The word ish also is an expression. In excitement, when the African national anthem was sung, I saw your lips moving behind the mask, and I wasn't sure, and I looked and I saw that you were really singing the anthem. And I thought, oh my God, if I would be put in the spot of having to sing the national anthem, I'd be like Rasta. I think you remember Rasta when he sang the South African national anthem with the drummers ceremony. So I was quite enthused, and I thought there is a gap missing. If the minister can sing the African Union anthem, we should also be able to did it. If we can did it, we can also did it. So that's a challenge, that we learn the African Union African Union anthem. Minister Mthethwa, I acknowledge your presence, and I would like to acknowledge the presence of Minister Kawe tomorrow, and the presence of Mr. Gomez and NATCOM, and also just to, in advance, thank and acknowledge the presence of the DGs, DG Ndima, DG Kumalo, and DG Chikwa Tamba. I feel honored to be sharing this platform. If there was a cock that could have crown at 3 o'clock, I would have been ready to come here and just meet all of you. That's the excitement that I have with this appointment that I have been, I should take this because it's a very, very big role that I've been given. I'd also just like to acknowledge those who are joining us over Teams. They are welcome and would like to hear their contributions. And I'd like to acknowledge the resource people that are here with us today, who are going to talk about the conventions that we've already ratified, as well as the conventions that were soon going to be ratified, such as the 2003 convention. By their nature, conventions such as the ones we have ratified are a national responsibility. And that is why you have been invited here to forge a way forward in devising ways of implementing them. We have a role in ensuring that the various conventions are implemented. These are the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, critical in the 1972 convention, the Department of Basic Education. They play a critical role because educating, which is what we are doing, awareness is part and parcel of educating. The Department of Higher Education, where we teach heritage and cultural studies. The Department of Tourism, which plays a role in ensuring that these conventions, we derive financial benefit from them. The role of the department, lest we forget, is mainly the development of legislations, and following to that are the policies. The various stakeholders are here today, and members of civil society are impacted by these conventions, positively, negatively, and that is why we've brought you here, so that we can have a dialogue on how to forge ahead with these conventions. So I'd like to acknowledge the participation of our academics, scholars, and youth, and the various institutions of higher learning. So, as I've said, you all have a critical role to play in implementing these conventions. The ratification of these conventions is proof that South Africa is not an island in space, but a member of the international community. And this membership dictates that we carry certain mandates while ensuring that these are aligned to our constitutional obligations. So we don't just ratify them for the sake of ratifying them, but we need to look back to our constitution and saying, what meaning does it have in ensuring that we are following the mandate that is inscribed in our constitution? As we're conversed here today, we also need to be mindful of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Development Goals, we all know what they are, I would assume, but for me as an educator, the most important Sustainable Development Goal is goal number 4, which is about educating and promoting and ensuring that sustainable development infiltrates into the educational sector. As we speak today, I was a member of a grouping which was called our World Heritage, which was a civil society movement, which is preparing to address issues and disparities in the 1972 convention, recognizing that the 1972 convention in its particular language does not have a particular role for civil society. So as we converge here in our groupings, including civil society, we are also following on the footsteps of global people who are aware that there are certain aspects of the convention that needs transformation. While we look out into the world and ponder what connects us with us, let us not look at our own continent. Let us have our minds and thinking in Agenda 2063. This agenda spells out on the Africa we want. It is Africa's blueprint and master plan for transforming Africa into the global powerhouse of the future. It is the continent's strategic framework that aims to deliver on its goal for inclusive and sustainable development. And it is a concrete manifestation of the Pan-African drive for unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity pursued under the Africanism and the African Renaissance. Hence, I wanted to comment about the minister's singing, articulate singing of the Africa anthem. And we would have failed, Minister Nkosazana Zuma, if we do not make the connection with what we are doing now to the Africa that we want and the Africa that we are. Singakhohlwa ukuthi sizalwa wobani nokuthi siwobani. As we look out to Paris, we must remember singama Africa, singabantu be-Africa, and that we take what is coming out from Paris and it has congruence in our daily lives and begins to have meanings in our daily lives. So these conventions are just not conventions for the political role that they play. We need to derive value by ratifying those conventions. Our regional UNESCO office representative will help us zone closer in pointing out also what we need to do as a collective. As we think global, let us think local and think of the Africa that connects us and the Africa we want, as well as the South Africa we want. Last week, we had Languages Week, the week which is actually one of the activities of the African Union. As a committee member of that week, I bullied my way into ensuring that our region in Southern Africa hosts Language Week. I asked the director of Amazwi to host Language Week for the African Union, for Southern Africa. And we also engaged the diaspora, African diaspora. And we had a poetry session where we had 9 languages. And I'm proud to say for the first time in my life, I listened and had a poem, 2 poems in sign language. So Minister, I would beg you, as we talk, I also did an interview on 702 in terms of languages. I beg you, because what we see is the perishing of our languages, because our languages are assimilating. Instead of khuluma ngendizamshini, instead of khuluma ngeBhanoi, we start assimilating those words into our vocabulary. And that in a way contributes to the extinction of our languages. So I'm begging you, Minister, that for each language, particularly the academic institutions, because languages fall under the Convention of Cultural Expressions, that we begin to have committees that will look at what is happening in development and science and creates the language that begins to create a new vocabulary that is embedded in our languages. We are losing our languages in assimilation. We need a Venda committee. We need a Sizulu committee. We need a Siswati committee. We need all the languages to have those committees that actually block the loss of our languages through assimilation. My appointment as the Honorary Chaplain of Culture at the National Convention is not about me. I still have my primary job and responsibility as a lecturer of museum and culture and heritage studies at an institution of higher learning. As an environmentalist, as well as an educational practitioner, my other task is one of implementation. It's one of ensuring that the disciplines that I've been involved to play a particular role in ensuring that what we derive from those conventions get implemented. As I stand in front of you, I stand not because I know best, but I've been given the task to shepherd the culture sector from ahead and behind as I hear the experts talking. My task is one of ensuring the coordination of a sector with regard to the said convention, ensuring participation, enabling critically constructive dialogues. This can only be achieved by all of you actively participating and beginning to own this process. Our role today is to learn as much as we can about the ratified conventions, recognizing that the mother department that I'm aligned to, even though appointed by the Department of Basic Education, does not have an implementing mandate, but a legislative development role and oversight role in such an implementation. An informed understanding of the convention would propel us to better implementation. It will propel us to pause, pull out our compasses to check where we are and ask ourselves if we're heading in the right direction. If not, we need to check if we have the right skills to meet the tasks we have in hand. I have only been appointed for a period of 4 years. In the 4 years, I'd like us to ask I would like to ask that we work together with passion and focus. After this workshop, we'll interrogate the discussions we had and develop a strategic plan that will guide us into the future. I'm mindful that our cultural heritage institutions, such as the museums and the legislative institutions, such as the South African Heritage Resources Agency, the National Heritage Council, the National Arts Council, the National Film and Video Foundation, and other agencies of the cultural and creative industries sector carry mandates that are captured in the very conventions we're speaking about. We need to relocate and illuminate these functions that are sitting in our mandates as institutions, as implementation institutions of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. We do so much and we say very little. I've worked in the Department of Arts and Culture. One thing they don't have is brag. Sometimes it feels like their tongues are cut off. They do so much, but say little. And I want to commend them for the work that they do, but to encourage them to market the work that they do. We have serious threats that have put so much of our creative energies at risk, resulting in losses of income and skill. Now that we are optimistic that COVID is headed to the shores and hopeful that it will dissolve to nothingness, that we regroup with strength, vigor, and focus. We have experienced disasters with immense losses of national jewels, such as the art of national and international significance when artwork was banned during the Fez Must Fall protests. That must never, ever happen again. I'm happy that the youth is with us today from universities, and I beg with them that when we are in crisis, we sit down and talk, but we do not destroy. Because once we have destroyed, if we remember the dodo is gone forever. Our artwork would be gone forever. We saw the priceless collections razed to the ground with a fire, which the Prof has already talked about. Parliament has been on fire. These losses are priceless. And I beg again that as we look at some of our collections that are sitting in universities, like the collection of our liberation movement, the ANC, sits with Fort Hare. Minister, if somebody will ask you, how can you assure us those collections, those archives are well looked after? Even if I'll nudge you at night, I'd like to say, Dr. Masu, optimum, perfect. When we look at the archives at Maibuye from Robben Island, I want Mr. Chimanga to hear, and the Council of Robben Island to assure us that those collections are optimally well looked after. We need to begin to inspire confidence in the populace that the task that we've been entrusted with is a task that we do not lose focus of. We have many questions which beg answers, such as the skeletons that remain in the cupboards of our museums. We need to ensure an ethical implementation of our mandates. As we implement the work that we do, we must be ethical. We need to look at intergenerational learning. When we look at our councils, our council members are aging by the day. The youth has energy and they want to be involved in these councils. We need to devise strategies of handing over those batons. We cannot run as we used to be able to run, but the creative energy sits with us. And we need to make sure that we get the youth into our councils. Realize that some of the answers remain with us. Let us be critically constructive and be reflexive in our engagements. Let's try and move away from blame, as we cannot go back and fix the past. But the lessons from the past are very important in forging a way forward. I humbly thank you. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Dr. Masuku, for those instructive comments that you have made, and I'm sure that all of us are learning a lot from what you have said, and I think you are also posing challenges to all of us to really up the game. I'm not sure whether our colleagues from in the language services unit have just heard what we have said about issues of lexicography, vocabularies, because they do that. But I just think that from what you are saying, they must actually really, really intensify the game, and a lot of things that this is going to be exciting times. I can say that from what you have presented here, we really, all of us must gear ourselves to do some exciting work. And you were correct. We're just correct to say, let's, let's think globally, but also locally, so that there is that connection between what we do here and what is being done by the whole world. Learn from the world, but the world must also learn from us, because we also have got our own uniqueness that we can share with the world. I just forgot something very important today, because I was made to sign for some students that we are supporting to come here and be part of this occasion. And you reminded me actually when we were beginning to talk about the youth, because we provide bursaries, but not just bursaries. We also trying to place the same people that we've supported, so that they can be exposed to the world of work. You're right. You and I were running around in 2000 and during the time of the repatriation of the remains of Sarah Baartman, the kind of energy that we had then, it's dissipating, and we should be planning our way out. And we cannot plan our way out when we do not have people who are going to take over from us. And these youths that we have here are supposed to take over. I don't know, Mr. Remo Kheti, whether those youths are here maybe just so that we can see them, they can rise and see them. And we would really love that they learn from this. They listen to all the speakers, from the minister to Prof, to Mr. Let me just get the name right, Mr. Duran and Dr. Masuku. They must really, and they are still we're going to be spoiled for choice today with regards to the speakers that are going to be. Do we have are they here? If you can rise so that we can see, if you can just rise. You are our real VIPs today. We are very happy to have you here, because you're going to be running the heritage of this country. You're going to be running arts, culture sectors of this country. So you have already started. By being here, you are being orientated to take over this particular function. Now, thank you so much for this. And let me then say, in terms of our program, we are supposed to be having a discussion or a Q&A session if there are those who would want to ask questions or comment. Let's have that time before tea break. Our tea break, in terms of my time, it's in 10 minutes time. That is 11 o'clock. We can take a couple of questions and comments, and I can see, I don't know whether we've got a roving mic so that we can take the hand there. Do we have a roving mic? And let's, if you can please introduce yourself, who you are, so that we are having a clear record. Okay, you can introduce yourself and speak to us.
Hello, good morning. My name is Atakwa from the Atakwa people of the Atakwa district, now called Oudtshoorn. It was previously called Little Jerusalem. Thank you for this opportunity. We don't ordinarily get these opportunities as ethnic indigenous people. I just want to make comment that there were two speakers who greeted in all other language except indigenous languages, and therefore I will now greet you all with our survivor language called Kwekweguwa. Awede to you all. I'm not quite sure what would be the role of an ethnic indigenous Khoi person in this forum. As I said, we are very rarely consulted, and liaison with our people are limited, if not invisible. I want to make comment on the destruction and desecration of our artworks, which are, of course, very upsetting for all of us, but also to bring attention to the fact that our rivers, streams, waterfalls are all sacred and worthy of protection. So when we have, for example, particular way in which we address these spaces or enter these spaces, most importantly, it would be barefoot and with permission of our Supreme God. These are not happening. Also, with regards to our rivers are the homes of Kacha, who is the water serpent. And therefore, we enter these spaces with respect. So the deterioration and the degradation of sacred spaces is a violation of our cultural and our heritage. We do not have any power as indigenous people over these spaces because the people who have the power are sitting in these rooms and have no time to consult with us ourselves. I'm sorry, I've got lots of notes that I made throughout this meeting. For example, our invisibility does not serve this country. In 2 months' time, in April, the 8th, as we commemorate the invasion of Jan van Riebeeck on our shores, the 8th of April, not the 6th, as was celebrated when I was a child, Republic Day. In fact, it was a full moon when Jan van Riebeeck arrived, and the Gorokokwa, the Kokochwa, and other tribal people saw Jan van Riebeeck through the mist. This year, unfortunately, I have not heard once from the ministry or anywhere else that there would be a very big commemoration of that pain that arrived on our shores on that day. It would be exactly 370 years. There are other very disturbing things happening in our country. The Kamisa River, as we call it, is now called the Kamisa River. And with that, there is a formation of a newly arrived tribal people who arrived after colonization, who are now punting the Cape as a new ethnic space. This is erasure and cultural appropriation of our people. We are not extinct. What we would like this forum to achieve is to commit more than anything to ensure that all these people that we are talking about in the departments of arts, culture, and heritage, that they consult with lineage-based people like myself. I'm an independent scholar. And the reason I'm an independent scholar is because in my country, where my people had been for tens of thousands of years, there isn't a single museum dedicated to the Tam, the San, the Nama. We do not exist except as appendages to other people's cultures, mainly newly arrived people. In addition to that, the places that we find quite painful and harmful, like the garrison called the fort, are now propagated as important parts of our heritage. Those are not our heritage. Tribes like, or newly arrived peoples, tribes like the Kamisa, now called Kamisa, after our river, which was repurposed and it was covered with streets like Adley Street. Those rivers are now culturally appropriated by new groups. Those were sacred rivers, as I said before. And the names, for example, of Cape Town, which has not been, the average South African do not know the correct name of Cape Town. Cape Town is the place where clouds meet. The mountain is called the mountain that emerged from the sea. We never hear our history. Our history is as erased as we are. Here I stand as a person who is born extinct, yet nobody gives us platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that input. Thank you, ma'am, for that. And there was also another hand, and I'll leave this to the speakers to respond to some of these matters. But there was another hand, if we can just note the questions and comments that are being made so that we try to provide answers where we can. Who is having that mic?
Yes, it's me, DG. Thank
Okay.
you so much, Program Director, and humble greetings to the Minister and everyone who's present in this room. I'd like to take this opportunity and to actually present some of the notes that I was also noting while the program was unfolding, because I was also checking the National Heritage Council, and I was probably hoping that maybe there is a representative from that particular entity, because I think it's very key for them to be part of these sessions, because we are talking about, we are raising issues that are affecting them as a department or as an institution. I mean, when I also look at their mission as a department, it talks about the development, promotion, and the preservation for sustainable development and transformation through offering South Africans the opportunity to gain knowledge about and access to their heritage, benefit from their heritage, utilize their heritage in their lives, and behave in a way that demonstrates pride in the heritage. So based on this above mentioned overview, so how do we then bridge the gap in bringing all relevant stakeholders to contribute to the value chain? I believe that is very key. And I mean, the education sector alone has a pivotal role to play in conscientizing the learners. For instance, institutions such as the National Heritage Council and the tourism industry. I was hoping that probably they are representative in this room, so that the points that will be taking, or the recommendations that will be taking on this forum, they can actually add towards the way forward, so that we can be able to work collaboratively in achieving a collective effort. So I'll cease there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was also a hand here, up here. And before I then allow speakers to then respond to some of the matters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. Also, I'd like to thank the speakers who have spoken, the Minister, Dr. Masuku, Mr. Gomez, and the Prof. I have two comments about two matters. I will start with the easiest one, the one from Dr. Masuku. Dr. Masuku mentioned a very critical issue about these implementing agencies of the department. They are the character of their councils, and that issue of the council is what is shaping now the negative discourse that is happening. I think there's a need of a change in all their acts, your NAC acts, all these acts that govern them. Because in those acts, for example, there's nothing that forces them to have councils that are representatives of the industry. So you'll get 80% of people not from the industry. And when you zoom and look closely at the people who are in those councils, you would see that they are people who have retired from other departments, from social development, from housing, from it's like they are like retirement agencies for all other departments except for the arts and culture. So I think we need to look at those acts that are founding and guiding documents for those, because also they would say, no, we are guided by our acts and our acts declare wrong things. So that's the first one. The second one, it's a bit, it has a bit of a complication. Fortunately, we have people who are at a level of engaging about these issues here. If we understand the mandate of the department, particularly is the development of arts, culture, and heritage to attain social cohesion. The goal is social cohesion. And that speaks directly to what was presented here. That's why UNESCO took culture from the cultural and creative industries. It didn't take both. Because the creative industries, there is UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, that deals with that. That deals with the commercial aspect of these industries. It deals with exports, with exploitation of intellectual property, and so on and so forth. Now, we are faced with a situation that this department, whose responsibility from the mandate and for even connecting with these international treaties and bodies is culture, but poses itself to South Africa as a department that accommodates everything. And then now that creates pressure to the department. Because I, as a person who wants to maybe do things like mass distribution of creative industry products or mass production, I would also go to this Department of Arts and Culture and give them a burden. But a department that has to make use of creative industries to contribute to growth, creating employment and so on, is not the Department of Arts and Culture. But the Department of Arts and Culture has given itself that responsibility, and that responsibility is making the department look bad. Because for example, I will mention a few sources of income in the creative industry so that we can have an idea of what I'm trying to say. One of the major contributors in the economy and the value chain of the creative industries is intellectual property and copyright. That has nothing to do with the department, but there are billions every year that are not monitored, that fly over the country from exploitation of those. Broadcasters that pay for those are under communication department. The organizations that collect those billions are under the Department of Trade and Industry. The responsibility of trade and industry is to create industrialists. UNCTAD resolves on creation of industries in the creative sector by the Department of Trade and Industry. They say nothing about the arts and culture departments. So there's that thing of the department giving itself a mandate that has nothing to do with the department. It has all to do with departments that deal with creating business people, contributing to economic growth and so on and so forth. The industry now needs a regulatory body. The department now needs a legislated regulatory body that will ensure that we create millionaires. We regulate how these monies flow out of the country, how these external people exploit and so on, and avoid those. The Department of Arts and Culture is not empowered, both in terms of police, in terms of mandate, and so on and so forth, to deal with those things. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those inputs. Maybe before you have many questions, in fact, we need to maybe break for after the responses. We need to break for. I was just saying, Minister, we need to respond to the questions, and then after that we break for tea. That's what I was saying. That. Because there's going to be a number of presentations that are going to come after a tea break. But let me hand over to the speakers. I'll start by Dr. Masuku, followed by the Minister and Prof, as well as Mr. Let me just get it right. Joran. I need to get used to this name. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the questions that have risen, but also it's not only questions. We've been quite capacitated with understandings that were maybe not included in the discussion that we have today. But this is exactly what this platform is, because it is not totalist what we have here. And I'd like to thank the lady from the Khoi community for sharing us with us and keeping us on our toes, that we be mindful of that history, because we are also a generation that has come from that community, that we are mindful of our history as a collective. In terms of the comment that has been raised about the youth not being involved in councils, I actually want to throw the issue back to the audience. For me, as a lecturer, I drum it on my students to say those newspapers nominate each other. Even if it's hundreds, nominate each other. What happens, because I've also sat in the adjudication and interviews of council members, the youth is missing. They do not apply. Please apply. Tell each other to apply. We need you in those councils. It's not because we don't need you. Apply. So that is what I would say. I'd encourage that we apply, and we buy those newspapers and we apply and we tell each other. On the last question that has been raised about the culture and creative industries, lucky enough, I sit in a working group with the African Union of the Culture and Creative Industries. There's a framework that the AU has already developed that looks at intersectoral working, which ensures that arts has a stake, industry has a stake, treasury has a stake, tourism has a stake. And that framework, I'm hoping that the ministers of culture are going to adopt this framework so that it becomes the blueprint from which we function from. If the mandate is not lost, the culture and creative industry in terms of the economy in the Department of Arts and Culture, but we need to rouse up the other departments to say something, to say a lot about them. So we need to foster cooperative working between the departments. And what you are saying right now in terms of the department taking on the responsibility, it's actually something to be commended of the department. But what they are not doing is ensuring that the other players play an equal role and are also made to carry their load of responsibility. I don't know, Minister, if I
Thank you very much,
This session is really refreshing, starting from my sister. I didn't get the name, but Atakwa. Atakwa. Oh, thank you, Sister Atakwa. Beautiful, beautiful. I'm really refreshed by your intervention. You know, the foremost indigenous people, we learn a lot from them every day. I must tell you that over a period of time, government has been engaging with the organized formations within the community and continue to do that. But what we are also doing is that we are opening a space for independent people to engage even more. You know, DDG would remind me here, but I think it's 2020 or 2021, I'm not sure, that as cabinet, we approved the Khoi and San Heritage Route, which actually, together with the role players within the community, have been part and have been inputting. And one of the things I learned, Prof, which I didn't know, was that, in fact, there are 17 nodal points of this route across South Africa. And each and every corner of the provinces as we know them today have footprints of the foremost indigenous people, the Khoi and San. I have appointed the panel of experts to take this work forward in implementation. One of the things is to ensure that you don't have the situation as she's painting, that you don't have centers, museums, and such centers for the people we know as government, that we said right from the beginning that our identity as government through our coat of arms have to have none other than the foremost indigenous people. And that is why you'll correct me on the language, that the logo, which wherever we are as government, bears that, including the writings there, which was told the character, unity in diversity. So that is one area which we are working and always open for further inputs to ensure that the issues of the Khoi and San people is very much central in whatever we do. As we speak, we are developing a digital dictionary on the new language and the app. We are working with Oma Katrina Esau, who has empowered us a lot. I've seen Dr. Mahlamela here, who's been part of PANSAL. It's the work, and it's one language which we are told very few. In fact, we are only told about Oma Katrina Esau as the surviving person on the new language. The 8th of April, that's very important. In fact, it's enlightening to me, the point we're making about the 8th of April. And it's something which we definitely will take up. As I say, that on this work, we are passionate about it. We know that there would be, and that DDG will attest to this fact, there will be push and pull factors within the community itself, but we are forging ahead to ensure that on the agenda of South Africa and the entirety of Africa, the foremost indigenous people in this particular country are known and what they stand for. You know, Doctor, on the languages, one of the reasons why English and Afrikaans is at the point where they are, there was a deliberate effort to develop these languages. They are not developed at the point where they are, you know, out of a miracle. There were efforts for that. And one of the efforts was to ensure that you have centers, you have research centers, you have museums for the languages to develop. Now, Dr. Masuku didn't tell you here that when I was given this responsibility initially as arts and culture, there was one of our entities which was called the National English Literary Museum. That museum was about the development of the language, English language. Now, I then said, no, it can't be, because we must develop indigenous languages. And I said, in a place which is wrongly named, what was it named again, that place? Makhanda.
Grahamstown.
Named after a butcher, a murderer, Grahamstown.
Grahamstown, yes.
Grahamstown. I said, there's something wrong here. You have a place wrongly named Grahamstown, named after a butcherer of people, indigenous people in that, who killed and maimed people with his philosophy of maximum terror. I said, there's something wrong in that place with that name. There's a second thing which is wrong in that place with an entity which reports to me now as the minister, that you have more than 80% of people speaking isiXhosa, but you have a National English Literary Museum, which is meant to develop English. And I said, firstly, the name of the place must change. It has to change, it's wrong. That's why it's Makhanda today. And I said, this entity which reports to me has to change. That is why today she's the chair of Amazwi, I'm still the chair, of Amazwi South African Literature Museum. That's what it's called today, because the mandate has changed. It's now going to go and develop isiXhosa in the place where people, the majority of people in that place speak isiXhosa. Now, that's on language. Every year in major universities, including your university, Prof, we give bursaries to students for language, not less than 400 per year, this very department, on the issue of language and the importance of language. So that's some of the things which, when it comes to language, on the terminology, you have here on your folder, Prof, what we do, the lexicography of all science and everything. We're developing dictionaries on everything, on medicine, on science, on legal terms, everything. We are doing that as the department, particularly on the point you have touched on, Doctor. Now, coming back to the last point, Doctor is correct. I actually appoint those board members, the ones we are saying they can't run fast now, and so on. So I appoint them. I appoint them. But appointing them, you are not going to appoint somebody who has not applied. What is in front of us, and we are guided by legislation, and the legislation is correct. The legislation looks at the expertise in that particular area. If it's heritage, there has to be someone. I've seen some of the people who serve in some of the council and boards here. It has to have somebody with the background of heritage. If it's on arts, it has to have somebody with that background. But not only that, because we are also dealing with finances. Somebody must be able to be an expert in finances. But these are legal entities. Somebody must have expertise in legal matters. So the fundamental point, I hear this thing, actually, the last time I responded to one member of parliament who was asking me, but why same people? I said, it means those are smart people who know how to follow, to read newspapers, to follow these adverts and apply. As long as if you have not applied, on what basis will you be brought in? When I meet with the cultural and creative sector, I impress upon them. Especially the last round, DDG, which was around November, we had some few young people who have applied. So application, and more application, and that would be needed. You see how you constitute departments as government, different governments, it's a political decision. You know, some of my counterparts elsewhere in the world and on the continent, they will be ministers of culture and communication. In some instances, ministers of culture and education, and so on and so forth. So here, with arts, culture, and heritage, and sport has been added now. It's a political decision because you are correct to capture what this portfolio is supposed to do. Whatever is done around arts, around culture, around heritage, around sport, have in mind the strategic objective, which is about building nation, which is about social cohesion. And you are correct that perhaps what is not happening as we are raising the copyright, you know, there are bills in front of Parliament, and I tell members of Parliament all the time, pass these bills. From the executive, they long left the hands of the executive. They are in the hands of the MPs. Pass these bills because they're important, and we are so correct. That is why the copyright bill is not under the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. But we have an interest there. We have an interest because part of the problems with our creative industry in South Africa is that they can't exploit their own sweat because you don't have these pieces of legislation. So the thing which is a weakness which you are spot on is how we are not all the time working in a comprehensive and unified way as government. Somebody will come there and so on. And I must say on this one in particular, the two bills before Parliament, at least we've worked very closely with the ministers, then of trade and industry, now trade, industry and competition too. But as we are saying, we are seated here. The most important thing is collaboration, cooperation as we work. If we can succeed on that, we'll succeed on many other things. But please tell your peers to apply, man. I would really be happy one day to see many young people having applied. It pains me. You see, I come from the youth struggles. Once upon a time, I was youth, you know. I used to have hair, afro. Yes, you know. But it pains me when you get, it's good to have experienced people. But those experienced people, as the doctor has said here, is that you need a new generation to inject. If you cannot renew yourself, you are doomed as a nation. So we really, in all platforms, let us make this call. And it's a very fundamental point you have made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. If Prof and Mr. Duran have anything that they would want to add, they can please go ahead.
DDG Ndima, hey, where I come from, Sizauti, how Minister wiki yonke. So of course I do come from a place of intersection, a place where Khoi and Xhosa intersected in that very area that you're speaking about, that corridor, if I can call it that, of war and of warfare, not between Khoi and Xhosa, because you look at the features of Madiba and you see Khoi. You look at the features of the arch, the late arch, you see Khoi, right? You look at, Minister reminds me, you look at the late leader, the president of the Pan-Africanist Congress, Clarence Makwethu. You look at the features, and of course I can go to the women as well. You look at the features and you see that intersection, right? And so what is my point? We don't have much time. My point is simply this, Minister, that progress is filled with contradiction and contestation, and it is uneven. I'm not going to now go back to Marxism, because many of us have thrown away those books. All that I'm saying is that it is contradiction filled and it is uneven. And the role of these forums is for us to speak out. It is for us to say, make the invisible visible. It is to say, there is a gap here. Let's fill that gap. And so I think we all accept that progress in respect of the Khoi people, which is my own ancestry as well, that progress has been uneven and contradiction filled in terms not of restoration. Yes, restoration is important. Heritage is important, but also of progression. And it is so contradiction filled because the modern day Khoi has on average assumed the identity of quote unquote colored. And that process, in that process of dehumanization, in that process of becoming nothing other than colored, quote unquote, so has been left behind this that you have spoken about. And so much of the work, I'm not here to propagate this work, but much of the work needs to happen in those communities, in those local communities. I'm thinking of my own traditional leader down there in Port Elizabeth. Okay, Gqeberha, apologies. I wanted to actually talk about Gqeberha and about the Stuurman International Airport as two demonstrations on your part and your team of progress. Uneven, yes, but there is progress, there's intervention to bring into the public consciousness and to encourage the public to reflect, what is this Gqeberha river all about? Can we do some homework on this river, which is again a confluence, the sacred river, a confluence again of Khoi and Xhosa? Yeah. So yes, it is about Khoi, but it's also about 1,000, 5,000 years later of intersection and of connectedness and of intermarriage and about the evolution of the new. And so we need to raise these matters in these fora and other fora, so that we can say, and we put a stake in the ground to say, Chair, that insofar as this matter is concerned, we will make the invisible visible. And here are the concrete actions that we will take or build on. Let me put it differently. Build on the actions that have already been taken in terms of bringing into public consciousness the invisible to the visible. And so many of us, like myself, as an activist still, yes, I've got hair still, Minister. As activists, and I do run, I can run. I do my 10 kilometers every second day still, not walking, running. So let's not be ageist at the same time. We carry responsibility and intergenerational responsibility through intergenerational conversations. In this specific instance, about how turning upside down this symbolic name called colored, and how to uproot it, root and branch, so that there can be a connection to ancestry, again, which has been cut off over these 350 years of colonialism. And so my last comment, DDG, is let's be a bit proactive, and I say with great care, Minister, and great respect. Let's be proactive in respect of revising these criteria for board appointments. It is about intergenerationality and intersectionality and about expertise. Yeah, so I'm simply putting my own criteria: intergenerality, intersectionality, and what's that other one? Expertise. Yeah. So all that I'm encouraging us is let's be a little bit more proactive. So yes, the applications must come. They must be in front of you to evaluate. But let's be a bit proactive, even through this forum. Yeah, let's use this forum also as a means to encourage and to actually source. I use that with great care. Source candidates to be able to meet the criteria, the revised criteria for potentially revised criteria for these bodies. Francesco.
Thank you.
Very briefly, I just wanted to echo what it has been said. This is the right place to have this type of conversations. The issue of consent and consultation of communities is at the heart of the 2003 convention, and probably needs a little bit more work in the framework of the 72 Convention on World Heritage. And the work of interministerial collaboration and work, it's at the heart of the 2005 Convention on the diversity of cultural expressions. And this is a key aspect that we keep on working and working, because it's necessary. When we work on these issues, we do not interact only with the respective Ministry of Culture or Arts. We need to involve budget ministry, finance, trade, etc., etc. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that it's really, let's just a round of applause to our speakers. They've done very well, and their inputs, of course, have generated a lot of discussions, and they've also been able to respond very well to all the comments that have been made. We have run out of time, ladies and gentlemen. We need to also thank the minister and release the minister, because he has got another duty to take care of. We will be breaking for tea. Let's try and spend 20 minutes on speakers online. There are speakers here who are ready to share with us. So let's break for tea, And thank you so much for being so cooperative in this session. Thank you.
Can't get enough of this drug that they call love. I need to feel like I am home again. You came from above, your wings wider than a dove. I need you, I need you. I can wait another minute, I can wait another second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, won't you take me home? Give me wings to fly. We can be alone in a castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. I can wait another minute, I can wait another second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, won't you take me home? Give me wings to fly. We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home? Give me wings to fly. We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky.
Call it magic, call it true. I call it magic when I'm with you. And I just got broken into two. Still I call it magic when I'm next to you. And I don't, and I don't, and I don't, and I don't. No, I don't, it's true. I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't. When anybody else with you, and I don't, and I don't, and I don't, and I don't. No, I don't, it's true. I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't. When anybody else with you. hear you go again. You say you want to freedom. Well, who am I to keep you down? It's only right that you should play the way you feel. Listen carefully to the sound of your loneliness, like a heartbeat.
mask. Let me not.
Oh, hayi, sekwaziyo. Yeah. Ore?
All systems go. The sun hasn't died. Deep in my bones, straight from inside. I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones enough to make my system know. Welcome to the new you give me. Never inspired, and the gaze of fire. You've got the most perfect soul, and your heart to give me. I've got the most perfect stone, and I've got never inspired, and the gaze of fire.
You want me to stay? You want me to change my mind on things I can't hide? This is fucking real. It's something to say, something I did this time. Maybe it's even stay. For the night of our sleep. And our lives to begin.
Okay, if we can come in so that we are able to receive the presentation from Miss Laura Robinson from the International Council on Monuments and Sites. Let's take our seats. Where is the, yes, yeah, here. So it's here, did you see it? Is this, yeah. You know, I'm not used to. Then I can't see.
And then you get clean them.
Okay, with our guests to please take the presentation from Miss Laura Robinson from the International Council on Monuments and Sites. Without any further waste of time, can I then give you an opportunity to come and speak to us? Thank you.
Thank you, DDG, or Vusi, because we've worked together for so long. Just waiting for the presentation to load. And it is actually good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's very nice to be here, and it's wonderful to be able to talk a little bit about ECOMOS, because people do get confused as to what the various bodies do. So funnily enough, and we were talking about language earlier, sorry, it's a bit high. The official languages of ECOMOS, as it's an international body, are English, French, and Spanish. So buenos dias, bonjour, and good morning. I'm not very fluent in Spanish, but I can get by in the other two. So here I am. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about ECOMOS, what it does, how it's constituted, and then maybe, because I thought the discussion this morning was really interesting and raised some very important issues, perhaps try and bring some of those concerns in and address them in terms of what we're doing at the international level in those various fields. So as you've heard, we are the International Council for Monuments and Sites. We're based in Paris in the Secretariat because we work very closely with UNESCO's World Heritage Center. And we're a non-governmental and not-for-profit international organization, which, as you can see, has various commitments. One of our challenges, as compared to certainly ICROM, who's the second advisory body, we're the first advisory body to the World Heritage Center, and IUCN, which is our natural environment colleague, who's obviously not here because we're dealing with the cultural heritage sector today. As compared to those two institutions, we are basically a voluntary professional organization. We have a very small permanent staff in Paris, but it's a global network of experts that really does the work because we love it and we're passionate about it. I know it sounds a bit hackneyed, but it is something that you do because it is a passion. And I'll come back to the challenges and how the organization is structured. As you can see, we were founded in 1965, following the adoption of the Venice Charter in 64. And we are responsible under the World Heritage Convention Act of 1972. And I will say this, that for many years, it was very much a European-based organization. We're also very happy that it's expanding very steadily into Africa and the Asia Pacific in particularly and South America. So we are finally managing to stretch out and reach out to colleagues in all the continents. Yes, as I've just said, a worldwide cultural heritage organization. We are one of 3 advisory bodies to the center. We are based in a wonderful building in Charenton-le-Pont in Paris. It's our head office, where we develop theoretical and practical guidance on best practice for sites, buildings, and structures. We are a place-based organization, as the convention is really based on place and structure and site. And the other values in some of the other conventions, particularly intangible and traditional beliefs and practices, are being brought into our practice, but only as they relate or add value or significance to what is basically a place or a site. We also organize International Day of Monuments and Sites on the 18th of April every year. And this triennium, it's been agreed that climate change is our focus as it affects cultural heritage. This particular year, we'll be doing a series of seminars on heritage and climate justice, particularly as it affects communities throughout the world in, let's say, particular focus on developing and underdeveloped areas of the world where it really impacts very severely. That is a very nice picture of where the Secretariat operates from. We're the building on the right-hand side. The building on the left, just out of interest, because it's a wonderful resource, is the Bibliothèque, which is the reference library for France's architectural archives. They're both open to the public, and there's the most wonderful source of references. They also both have online archives. So if one has a particular interest in that, you are very welcome to have a look on the website. And if you happen to be lucky enough to be in Paris, it's a lovely place to go and see what's there. Our role, as I briefly referred to it, is dedicated to the development of common doctrines within the confines of cultural heritage. These include texts and charters and declarations, the evolution and circulation of knowledge, the improved conservation techniques that are available to us, particularly using modern technology, and of course, developing and promoting cultural heritage significance as it relates to place again, and developing a deeper understanding of what significance is in terms of not just the object or the building, but the social significance that is associated therewith. We have a solid, we like to think, a solid philosophical, doctrinal and management framework, which promotes and contributes to the sustainable conservation of heritage around the world. I'll touch on that again a little bit later. And as we've already said, we are the advisory body for cultural heritage to the World Heritage Center. And to this end, we are involved in the inscription process as an advisory body and also the ongoing monitoring of sites that are listed. And we have a system of a panel of experts that are internationally drawn who assess nominations. We have appointed also an international panel of experts who will make input and guide discussions on the nominations. There's a combination of voluntary assessors that sit on the panel that are rotated every year for different views, for expertise, and most importantly, from a global perspective and input onto the sites. And then we have a very active and extremely busy monitoring and evaluation section that looks at states of conservation, does reactive and emergency monitoring missions, and reports again to the World Heritage Committee annually on states of conservation of the properties on the list. This slide I'm not going to talk to. I thought it was quite interesting simply because it highlights the very close connection between culture and nature There's something that I'll show you, a cover of a publication called The Culture Nature Journey, which illustrates that it's really very difficult to divide nature and culture in terms of cultural heritage and significance and meanings that are associated with place. And of course, very importantly for us in Africa, the issue of sustainable development as it applies to cultural heritage sites, not only those inscribed on the list, but also in every country that has registered sites of interest. Some of our values, which I believe are important and that we bring to all our work, is we bring social and cultural diversity. We have representatives working on the various boards and panels that are completely representative, I'd like to say, of all the continents and cultures. The one aspect or one grouping that we are working now very actively towards, it's not formalized yet, is we have a working group that is engaging very actively with Indigenous peoples across the world. They're based in Canada at the moment, so they're working very closely with the Inuit and Australia, and hopefully it will also start to come down and filter down to us in Africa. We are seen as being rather far away, often from the mainstream European debate, or even, excuse me, the Northern Hemisphere. It's one of the challenges that we do have. We are very strictly impartial, and we have a lot of ethical guidelines, and we have to sign as a member of ICOMOS a code of conduct of ethics. So we are expected to provide expert, unbiased advice, which is not always popular when one is working in what is a very heavily politicized environment, particularly at the World Heritage Committee, but it is our duty to provide that expert, impartial advice. We foster international exchange, dialogue, and solidarity, and do a lot of emergency work on heritage sites that are affected by disasters. There is a group called ICORP, which is for disaster risk management, and our members have been active, particularly in Asia and in the Middle East. We remember the disasters in Syria, for instance, and the enormous loss of cultural treasures that we've had there, and also more in the natural environment, but also parts of Central Africa that have been devastated by civil unrest for so very long. We also foster the transfer of knowledge and youth involvement very highly and with a lot of focus. Traditionally, the organization has been, and I can say this because they've acknowledged it themselves, it's mostly older white men, European based. Thank goodness it's changing. We now have women, and slowly we have a lot more younger people who are becoming more aware. And that's very exciting. I'll show you an illustration of a grouping of our younger members in India that we had recently. And we also do a lot of publications, both hard and soft copy, and we make that available to anybody who wishes to access that. Our program focus is obviously disseminating best practice through our publications, charters, and doctrinal texts in particular. Also our publications and our documentation center and open access archives, which can be accessed online. And at the end of the presentation, there will be a slide that gives you the website information and also the social media information, et cetera, so that you can get into those. And there's some amazing international resource material available there. The conventions that we work under, I've already mentioned, obviously the primary one being the World Heritage Convention, but we do work very closely with underwater cultural heritage because marine archaeology particularly falls within our sphere of ambit, and intangible heritage in that it adds a whole new layer of significance to the sites and places that we are working with, and adds richness and diversity. And of course, the Hague Convention. We do the Heritage Alerts program, which again responds to site-specific threats, which we then highlight, engage with our colleagues at whatever national level the site might be at, and then engage with both UNESCO and indeed with the national government of the country in which the site is situated. We liaise regularly with the universities under education and training. And then most excitingly, because I think this does start to address some of the issues we talked about before coffee break, is we have a number of working groups that really are on the ground, again, internationally based, and thank goodness we're in the virtual age now, because we can operate so successfully. Climate change being the longest established working group. We also have a fairly established working group on this, on the SDGs. And for me particularly, because I've been involved in this one, we have what we call our Common Dignity rights-based approach to heritage, which has been going for quite a long time, but is really just gaining strength now. And this group is focused on ensuring that the rights holders and stakeholders that have an interest or an ownership of properties and are often not involved in any meaningful way in either identifying, managing, promoting, or adding to the understanding of these sites, that these communities their rights are embedded within all that we do in cultural heritage. And to that end, we're very pleased to say that we've been able to make input 2 years running into the World Heritage Convention's operational guidelines, adding clauses that ensure that these rights are entrenched within all the work that we do. Professional development is ongoing. This is just some images of, well, that was our General Assembly that was in Buenos Aires a few years ago before lockdown. We then have one of our heritage at risk publications, and then the aspect I was referring to, connecting practice, which is connecting the natural and the cultural environments together. Sorry, I'm rushing through this a bit because I think a lot of valuable interaction will happen in the Q&A time afterwards. For everybody's interest, that's our global presence. I think it's pretty good. Antarctica is not very well represented, but or Greenland, but I think we're doing quite well. Very strong focus in Europe historically. China and some of the Asian countries have really grown enormously. Also with strong governmental backing, because of, one needs a certain amount of resource and support to get the various national groupings together. Australia has also been very strong, the States and Alaska. So you can see Africa's a little bit slow, but we have a very good informal network going that we keep together with virtual meetings and WhatsApp chat groups, which is very helpful, run by, thank goodness, our younger members. She says tongue in cheek. We have a membership, these are all voluntary memberships. We have our individuals are welcome to join us. We also have an institutional membership. So we have organizations like Robben Island Museum, National Heritage Council. At one stage, we had the Department of Public Works, and we'd love them back because many of the challenges, as we know, and this is said with great respect, are often exacerbated by well-intentioned but not always appropriate interventions in heritage sites made by government. We then have our affiliate members who are people that are not working actively possibly in the field, but have great interest and support for cultural heritage and want to add their support to us. And there's a couple of international organizations that have made funds available under this membership, which was very helpful. And then we also have our honorary members who are members that are given that acknowledgement for many years of devoted service. All the professions are represented, as you can see. I think what we don't have here are oral historians and persons specializing in Indigenous knowledge and traditions and practices, but they are also part of the grouping. Right, there's just the picture I promised you of a small group of our very enthusiastic, we call them emerging professionals. They're supposed to be the under 30s group, but I think it's probably a little bit, people are a little bit older than that. And this was a photograph taken at one of the real-time face-to-face meetings we had in Delhi in India in 2017, and really great to work with that energy and enthusiasm. I'm going to go through these. These are two organogram drawings very quickly. So we have our General Assembly of all our members, and I'll talk to how that's constituted. In the middle, the Academy is older members or retired members, let's put it that way, members who've served on our various boards and wish to continue adding expertise, experience, input. So we have a group called the Academy. Then we have our partners on the right-hand side, that's ICCROM and UNESCO, and about 20 MOUs with a number of associations across the world. There we then have advisory committee, our boards, our bureau, which is like an executive committee, our World Heritage Panel, which I talked to briefly a few minutes ago, and then the working groups also I mentioned. Then you could actually draw a line there. That's all voluntary. And then underneath we have 11 permanent staff members who are based in that building in Paris, in Charenton-le-Pont. We have our Director General and a small admin section, 2 World Heritage units who are incredibly busy, one for nominations and one for monitoring and advisory services. And then we have our Archive and Documentation Center. And this is just it in more detail. So I don't think I want to go through that now. So I'm going to pass on. Just one note, the Conservation Center on the top right is actually a center that was opened by the Chinese government. It's an independent center with government links, and it does amazing work both within their country and also in the Asia region in supporting cultural heritage. So how do we work? This is just really unpacking those organograms. So what we call our General Assembly, and it's really based on the UNESCO framework. It's the sovereign body of ICOMOS. We have an annual meeting, which is now virtual, which makes it much more inclusive, especially for those of us who come from countries who don't have access to the funds to get to places very easily. And we do all the things that need to be done at that level: finance, accounts, budgets, and strategic directions. We set that, it sets that in place. Most of the provided by a board, which is similar to any other board. I was part of the board for 9 years, 3 terms of 3, which is the maximum you can do. And I was the Treasurer General at that time. And one finishes one's work. So although I think I was put down as the Treasurer General of ICOMOS, I'm the past Treasurer General of ICOMOS and still involved with many of their programs. Then there's the Bureau, which is the ExCom. At state party level, we have national committees, some of which are active, some of which aren't. And they group the individual members in a country together and ensure that there's information feedback. We can work together on project basis or put forward suggestions regarding cultural heritage in our part of the world, or even, do our own projects. In Africa, that is very difficult for us because we simply don't have a lot of resources to do it. And the membership is much lower than in some of the other countries. I'm very impressed that our colleagues in West Africa have started to pull together, and Nigeria particularly is very strong on this. I think possibly they have some state support as well. And then the other very valuable sort of arm of what we do is what we call the International Scientific Committees. Now, these are committees based on the various fields of expertise. And this is where I encourage colleagues to say, well, why should I join ICOMOS? I say, join it because you're going to have an international conversation with your colleagues about areas of specific interest to you. Like, for instance, I serve on what we call the International Scientific Committee for 20th Century Heritage. It's incredibly broad and diverse. We're not just talking modern architecture, we're talking technological developments, places that are more difficult to identify. We're talking transportation hubs. And believe it or not, we're starting to look at space heritage. There's some work being done about, do we look at identifying and protecting the first moon landing site? Or do we protect the International Space Station? I mean, these are really, if you're into that kind of thing, because I'm a sci-fi junkie, so I think it's fabulous. But, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on. There's CIVI, which deals with historic towns and villages. The ISC for vernacular architecture. Then we've got one for wood, stone, glass. So there's a lot. It's all on the website. And really, if you engage as a member with a specific ISC, it brings enormous value, both to the ISC, but also, I think, to oneself as a professional. Then we have the advisory committee. Okay, so that's pretty self-evident, I think, which serves the national committees and the scientific council, which really looks after the ISC groupings, and then our hardworking and fabulous secretariat, who is always there and always on call to help us with whatever we need to do and to give us moral support and to actually do the dog's body work, and also a lot of liaison with the World Heritage Center, and because they're there and they have hands-on knowledge about, hopefully, about what we're all doing in our various parts of the world. Those are our national committees. Other things that we do, obviously we comply with statutes and ethical principles. We do our membership fees, which are fairly modest for an organization. It's based in the euro, which is very challenging, but just out of interest, it's 650 Rand a year for membership, which can be quite a lot as an individual in countries in Africa. So we do what we can to help colleagues join. And we have representation on the international meetings by either our national president or co-opted members. And I've just popped in our little logo for ICOMOS South Africa. And really it's obviously it's rock art that we've put on here, but in the Southern Hemisphere, together with the Australia and some of the other countries, we decided to turn the ICOMOS horse, which is Pegasus, around the other way, because we're in the South and we are, you know, we're special. So we're going to do it differently. And then these are the links that I mentioned to you. So they're very, very useful. And I encourage you to have a look at them all. I mean, it's very difficult in the time we have to go into everything. There's some very good, interesting webinars that are being held on both regional and international issues. That's our Facebook page. And we have, I must admit to not having gone onto Twitter or Instagram recently, because I find myself inundated with social media. But I would be very happy to answer any questions in the Q&A time, because I think we've only just skimmed the surface. So thank you. Thank you, Vusi.
Thank you. Oops, yeah. Thank you very much, Laura, for that comprehensive presentation. And I'm gladdened by the fact that the youth is here. And it's beginning to see the world. You are showing the youth the world, what's happening in the world when it comes to matters of monuments and sites. But also, you know, as you were presenting, I was also looking at opportunities that are there. And, if we begin to interact in the way that we're interacting now, it begins to, make things much more clearer that we should not just be looking inwardly, South Africa, and we must be saying what kind of role one day we can play there and shape the world and shape how conservation and preservation is done in the world, and also come back and plow back those experiences back home. So it's a very important, thanks a lot, Laura, for that. And this really, it's a very useful interaction. But maybe it's important that I take this opportunity, just a bit of a break. And now allow then Miss Shudufatso Mosida, former Miss South Africa, to come and just greet us. She's here. Thank you. Can you please come forward?
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all today? Good. My name is Shudufatso Mosida, and I was Miss South Africa, or I'm still Miss South Africa 2020, and I'm currently Miss World South Africa. I had the opportunity to go to Miss World recently, and I'm going back in a month. I just wanted to give you all, what do I call it, an update, or just a quick conversation with you all. During my reign as Miss South Africa, I focused on mental health and bringing about mental health awareness through mental health education. I realized that the root pertaining the lack of prioritization around mental health was the lack of education around it. And this was exacerbated by that. In this time when we find ourselves recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic, I do believe that there's no development without mental health empowerment and mental health education. It was for this reason that I wrote a book called Shudu Finds Her Magic, which is aimed at introducing mental health education to children at early childhood development level. This book is aimed at children between age 4 and 9 and focuses on recognizing the signs of bullying in schools, as well as the appropriate responses to that. It is published in South Africa's 6 official languages, and it is one of the best-selling books in South Africa right now. What was interesting about the book when I went to Miss World was how it transcended just the South African territory. I presented the book to investors and the Miss World organization, and as part of my Beauty with a Purpose campaign. And what was interesting is finding how people, even the older generation, were resonating with it because it speaks also to the inner child. I believe that mental health is something that affects all of us as we sit here in this room. As part of that presentation, out of 97 countries, my project was chosen as one of the 6 winners because mental health, thank you. Because mental health is something that affects all of us. As one of the 6 winners, of Beauty with a Purpose, that catapulted me into the top 40 for Miss World, which is why I'm going back in a month from now. Beauty with a Purpose is the cornerstone of Miss World, but in the world stage recognizing it, I do believe that it is important for us here, as we're sitting here, to also recognize it as well. The book is published in 6 South African languages for a reason, is to cultivate reading, but also to promote mental health education, to make sure that every child feels empowered, because if we do not empower the mind, we will live in a society that has low levels of self-awareness. I stand here today to basically ask for support from the relevant stakeholders in ensuring that this book, this work that we've done around mental health throughout this reign, that has made us as South Africans in terms of pageantry and changing the narrative globally recognized, I think is quite important. And I'd love the support of all of you here in making sure that this work continues before it goes to the world stage too. I will be going to the UN soon, and I will be sitting down talking on the same issues. But I'd like to know that when I go there, I do have the support of every single person in this room. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shudu, for greeting us and also for the work that you're doing in the mental health space. It is true that all of us with COVID, we have gone through very hard times and we are still recovering. We're not the same. Other people have been able to cope with this in a much more better way, but others are very struggling because of the losses that they have gone through. So the work that you are doing, it's very important work, and we're very happy that you are an ambassador of this country wherever you go. And we really appreciate this, and thank you so much. Without any further waste of time, colleagues, that has been really a privilege for us to be, for this occasion to be graced by yourself. I would like to continue with the program and have presentations coming from the International Council of Museums. We will have Ms. B. Thomas and Ms. C. Snell. You have the floor.
Good day, colleagues. My presentation. So I'm Catherine Snell, and I'm the chairperson of ICOM South Africa. Oh, sorry. Totally forgot about it. You know, you're so used to the mask. But listen, I want to continue where you left, Vusi. You said after Laura, and you've encouraged the youth or the young museum professionals. So I just want to give you my personal testimony, if I can say it like that. So I got involved with ICOM South Africa. And I think in the beginning, I didn't really thought of me being on the committee and becoming the chairperson. But in 2016, I went to Milan to the National Assembly, and I was, you know, I interact with museum professionals from all over the world. And I said to myself, I would like to be part of something like this. So I came back. I talked to some of my colleagues. And I said, listen, I want to join you. And I think what is so interesting about my museum journey is that you've had these constant people that has been constantly with you along your path. And I think of people like Beverly, like Michael, Jonas, and some of them that are not here anymore, but they have been critical part of your journey. So to the young people, I don't regard me as an old person, but please, I think it's so important to not sit on your own island, but start to connect and be part of this international conversation. So let me start with my presentation. Okay, so I will talk about what ICOM is and giving you some kind of background, ICOM's missions, our objectives, our international partners, but also ICOM South Africa. And a bit of background of us and the programs that we are doing and why we are asking you to join us. So ICOM is the International Council of Museums. It is an international organization of museums and museum professionals. And we have about more than 40,000 members in 141 countries. So it's globally. And we are committed to the museum functions. The museum functions like research, education, collections management, conservation, that is just among others. And because we are serving the community, it is very important for us to communicate to the community the world's natural and cultural heritage, the past, present, and the future, as well as the tangible and the intangible. And ICOM, we are also establishing professional and ethical standards. Listen, can you hear me? Because no echo, all right. Because I'm trying to stand like this so that I can see my presentation as well. Oh my goodness, so I haven't seen that. Oh, thank you, Laura. My word, okay, like, but anyhow, so let's go. Okay, now let's do this. Okay, so over the years, ICOM has evolved according to the needs of the international museum professionals. And last year, we have celebrated our 75 years of existence, and we are still continuing representing the global museum community. And bit of background of ICOM, we are also, ICOM head office is situated in Paris, France. Laura, you've mentioned about the 3 languages, English, Spanish, and France. I don't speak Spanish or France, ek is Afrikaans. So it conducts its work through national and international committees. So ICOM South Africa, we are a national committee. So we are part of the 119 committees, national committees around the world. And international committees, which is 32. But what is the duty of a national committee? So we represent our members within ICOM, and we also make sure, we're also ensuring the interest of our members on a national level. The International Committee, they define standards, they develop recommendations, and they also share professional and scientific information. And then you have all the others, which you can see. Like, we also have an executive council. I will not give you much detail, all the detail about that. Executive council, which they are elected every 3 years, and they are managing the body of ICOM. And it is supported in its work by an advisory committee and consisting of us as the chairpersons of national committees. And then we also meet annually, but because of our current situation globally, we have also now our meetings has now been, is now Zoom meetings. Yes, we've been at Zoom meetings. And each committee, like I've mentioned there, it has its own board with its own programs. So what is our mission? So we have 5 main missions: establish standards of excellence. We lead a diplomatic forum, develop a professional network. I think that professional network, that is really critical, even for us as museum professionals in South Africa, maybe from a small town, but because you are a member of this international organization, you automatically are in contact with so many people all over the globe. Lead a global think tank. And what that means is that our international committees, like I've said before, they share professional and scientific information, and they do that at conferences and also publications. And yes, of course, we also carry out international missions. Objectives is to promote museological practices, setting standards for museums, our code of ethics for museums, that is so important. And if you want to become a member, you have to oblige by that code of ethics. And then ICOM is as an international organization. We also have our international partners, UNESCO, Interpol, and the World Customs Organization. Its programs include addressing illicit trafficking. I see Regina will talk about something about that like later today, Regina, yes. Promotion of professional ethics and protections of collections, art and cultural heritage mediation, museums, emergency program. It sounds a lot, but if you want more info, you can also get from our website, and develop of a sustainable cultural tourism. So, that was just a bit of background of ICOM, the international body. And like I've said, we are the national committee. So who are we? ICOM South Africa. So we, ICOM South Africa was re-established in 2006, and we was originally managed by the South African Museums Association office. And until today, we have a very good relationship with SAMA. And I think a very interesting pattern that I've seen is that SAMA presidents tend to become ICOM chairs. Beverly, Roxana, yeah, so there's a few, Elian also. So our board elections every 3 years after our General Assembly. And this year, the next General Assembly is this year in Prague. I think the end of August this year. And like I've said, our relationship with SAMA is that I sit on the board of SAMA Council, and their presidents sit on the board of ICOM South Africa. And of course, the ICOM rules, we are aligned to our parent body in Paris. We are NBO, and yeah, because of that, we've got text exempt. So what about our programs? International Museum Day, all museums, they are celebrating it all every year. And I sometimes wonder if they know where it comes from, because it's so important aspect just to promote yourself. Like I think not last year, 20 years. So we were hosting a very, very interesting online seminar with COMCOL and SAMA. COMCOL is the International Council of Collecting, and that was about decolonizing as a verb, facing our historical selves. And in this, we are currently busy with a publication which will be issued later this year. We were also part of our programs participating with other African national committees on the impact of COVID on the museum and heritage sector. It's also very interesting just to see what happened in other countries and how and what we can learn from each other. And then something that I would like to mention is that one of our members, the University of Pretoria, which is the custodian of the Mapungubwe cultural landscape, and they were very involved in this site. And the current curator, she's also on the board of ICOM South Africa. Okay, so that is just like the site in Mapungubwe. I hope that I will go there one day. So why joining ICOM? Like I said, is that my former archaeology professor, the late Professor Hilary Deacon, I will always say that when I started my museum career, he said to me, you know, Kathy, you can't sit on your own island. If you want to be involved, you want to make a difference, you must go out and you must introduce yourself. You must make things happen for yourself. And you know what? I literally have took his words and I implemented in my own professional career as to, I I don't want to be a curator only. I want to make a difference, you know, in the sector. So it's important. So why joining ICOM, why joining the South African Museum Association it is just to be part of, if you know you're going to be in a museologist forever, then I think it's just important to be part, be connected with 44,000 people. 2019 was the last General Assembly in Japan. And I think there were about more than 4,000 people attending that from all over the globe. And it was just so amazing to interact with all these people. So building strong international professional networks is important, but not only international, because we are South African based, it's also important to build a strong national professional network. And of course, attend conferences. ICOM, we have they give funding, for example, for young professionals, that is people that is younger than 35 years. So also I've mentioned about international committees who focus on museology, and they also give funding to young professionals to attend these conferences, which we normally can't attend because we don't have the funds. So get involved in international missions. So be part of shaping the museum profession, advocate museum standards and ethics, play a role in the fight against illicit trafficking or anything that interests you. Benefit from ICOM services is that one thing is that if you go overseas, you have an ICOM card. Many of the museums or heritage sites, you can get free entrance, for example, or you can pay half price. So if you like traveling and you are in the sector, so don't ask your husband that is a lawyer or doctor to become a member. We will not give him membership. But if you're in the sector, you can become a member and you can enjoy all these benefits. Yeah, and then if you are into research, there are so many publications produced by all the different international committees and also national committees. Be part of it. So there's something for you. Okay, you just have to look and see how you can make this part of your professional career. And yeah, I've joined international committees and make your voice heard. I am a member of COMCOL, the committee that focuses on collecting, and I must say, and I think maybe it's bias of me, but I always say that COMCOL is the most it is the most friendliest, inviting international committee, because although we see each other only every 3 years, you feel so connected to all these people still. And we are on a WhatsApp group, we just informing each other. And that is just like, although you are here in South Africa, you're still part of this global community. And yeah, so that is very exciting as well. So who can join us? Individual museum professionals. We have individual membership. We have institutional membership. We also have a membership for students. I think it's 215, which is actually it's not that much. If you think to divide it between in 12 months. So it's not, so yeah, it's very affordable. So yeah. In closing, I am gonna close my presentation, but Beverly will continue. Just in closing is be part of the Global Museum Network and engage, share and make connections. Don't sit on your own island, especially if you know you're going to be in the sector forever. So I will introduce Beverly. Beverly is also a former chair of ICOM. And now she is on the committee who defined the museum definition. And in 2019, when we were in Japan, it was like this, the whole museum definition was a heated debate. And after that, I thought that people's gonna fight with each other the way it went. It was just like, it was high up there. So Beverly is part of that committee, and she is just gonna tell us or give us an intro on the processes of what happened since Kyoto in 2019.
Thank you, Catherine, for the introduction. Catherine did tell you a bit about her personality and how enthusiastic she is. So we were in Kyoto, I think it was Friday night. Most of the social programs were winding down. There's a WhatsApp that goes out. Catherine goes, African friends, we're having supper together tonight. She got all of the African delegates, which was a huge table. She says, just someone come to the shopping center. There's a huge food court, just like we have at home. So she got us all together there, all the delegates from the African countries, and there were a good number of us. So Catherine's also introduced the hot topic of the museum definition. And the purpose of my presentation today is to inform stakeholders about ICOM's development of the new definition and to basically provide a progress briefing. Now, shared definition of museums is the backbone of the global museum community. It's what they are, what they do, their purposes, functions, and responsibility. The current definition, it's dated to 2007, and it reads, a museum is a non-profit permanent institution. I'm going to go this fast because most of you know it, in service of society and its development, open to the public, which inquires, conserves, researches, communicates, and exhibits the tangible and intangible heritage of humanity and its environment for the purposes of education, study, enjoyment. This definition has remained essentially unchanged for half a century since ICOM's establishment in 1946, and it reflects the systems of values and paradigms of the 20th century. And for those of us who are on this standing committee for the museum definition, believe that it doesn't adequately articulate the current responsibilities and commitments of museums. Why do we want a new definition? What is our vision for a new definition? Well, we want to reflect the general societal trends and global concerns. For example, climate change and the destruction of the environment, colonialism and globalization, domestic and transnational inequality and social injustice, racism and sexism, to name a few. Now, the process of redrafting the definition of a museum started in 2016. And it was a standing committee called the Standing Committee on Museum Definition, Prospects and Potentials. They drew on some participation from members, committees, partners, other interested stakeholders. They formulated proposals. They sent a proposal for approval to the executive board, and one proposal was presented at the General Assembly in Kyoto in 2019. Sorry, that was what I just said. Now, the 2019 proposal, okay, let me read it quickly. Museums, it's quite long. Museums are democratizing inclusive and polyphonic spaces for critical dialogue about the past and the futures. Acknowledging and addressing the conflicts and challenges of the present, they hold artifacts and specimens in trust for society, safeguard diverse memories for future generations, and guarantee equal rights and equal access to heritage for all people. Museums are not for profit. They are participatory and transparent to work in active partnership with and for diverse communities to collect, preserve, research, interpret, exhibit, and enhance understanding the world, aiming to, and I cut my own word off, enhance to human dignity and social justice, global equality, and planetary well-being. Now, this was considered highly contentious. As Crystal said, Catherine said, we thought people were going to fight in the aisles. And so it was not adopted by the membership. In fact, it went to the vote and only 30% of the membership there supported it, or even supported the idea of the kind of change that this definition was proposing. So while the work of the MDPP was lauded, it was considered rushed. So an MDPP2 was established in January 2020, and it hit a roadblock in June of 2020. So a new group was established. Okay, so I became involved with MDPP2 in January 2020. When the group, for various reasons, I'm going to say hit a roadblock, a new group was established. I became part of that group as well, and we rebranded ourselves ICOM Define. We developed a new methodology for dealing with the definition and a new timeline, and the group is divided into a methodology group, a data analysis group, and a communication group, in addition to being part of the main group. And what we did was appoint an independent consortium of data analysts, and I'll tell you what the work they did. Now, the current members, 20 members from all over the world. I don't need to, Mashav from Costa Rica and Bruno Brulon from Brazil. And to give you a map view of the representation of the members from Canada, America, Central America, South America, 3 representatives in Africa, 1 from Tunisia, Kenya, and me in South Africa, Europe, but just the one the one pin in Europe is from what I suppose we would call Eastern Europe. Then South Korea, Philippines, and Australia. And we're a very lively group. When we really developed the methodology, we were very cautious to ensure that it will be a democratic and open process with consultation with the national committees, international committees, regional alliances, and affiliated organizations. And we committed to greater transparency, as well as careful considerations of all proposals that we received. The methodology, it's long, it's 11 steps. We started in the middle of last year, and we need to get a proposal to the executive committee board meeting in a few months' time. Okay, so the methodology, I'll just do this quickly and I'll tell you where we are. Step 2 consultation was basically gathering all information that had been submitted by committees and groups for MDPP1 and MDPP2 and just reviewing that documentation. Consultation 2 was we requested through the national committees and the international committees to volunteer keywords and concepts that they thought were important in our profession. Then that went to data analysts. The members of the ICOM Define committee had no role in processing that information and ordering and sorting it. Then we prepared, then that the consultant's report was made available to the membership, and then the membership then commented on their submissions and the kind of information that had been sent in by by other members. Then there was a data analysis of those responses. Then the group, ICOM defined, divided into 5 groups. And I'll get to that now. We are busy, we have drafted proposals. Going to step and onto step 9, we looked at our proposals and we're preparing them for consultation 4, which will happen probably within a month. So completed step 9, and we're formulating a communication strategy for step 10. I'm running behind myself. So the groups, 5 groups of 4 members each. The 4 members are for geographic and language diversity. We have different skills and expertise, and we each group drafted 1 definition proposal. What you'll find interesting when you see the proposals is there are 5 interpretations of the same data. We're all working with the same data. And they're 5 quite different proposals. Now, that's because each member of each group brings their own ideology to the group, but we had the same data. So we were only allowed to interpret the data, not change the data. Some of the, our working language has been English, but we, as you've heard before, the official languages of ICOM and ICOMOS are English, French, and Spanish. And we're sitting with those 5 proposals, there are some serious translation issues which we're going to have to deal with. We have people in ICOM Define who speak French and who speak Spanish. So they're guiding us on they're saying that's not going to work. What you're thinking in English is not going to work in French. But we also have the members of ICOM Define who come from other parts of the country, other parts of the world like Korea or Israel or Syria, are saying in our local language, we're gonna have problems translating that into our local languages. So the language is quite simple. Now the 5 proposals, step 10, which Catherine will get within a few weeks, if not sooner. The 5 proposals will be sent to the chairpersons of the national committees, international committees, standing committee, regional alliances. Those chairpersons will be given a mandate to consult with their executive committees, memberships, and stakeholders. And now you all know it's Catherine. And they will communicate their preferences to ICOM Define. So they will rank the 5 proposals they will get in, like the most, like the least. Step 11. ICOM Define will prepare a final report with a proposed definition based on that last round of consultation, and we will submit it to the executive board for consideration and approval. The executive board will then publish their decision. And the proposed new definition will be put to the vote at the Extraordinary General Assembly in Prague in 2022. Along with that, we plan to hold some panel discussions about how we got to the definition we got to, some of the processes we went through, and some of the interesting debates that arose within ICOM Define, most notably, whether we even separate and say words like cultural and natural heritage. Do we say that, or do we just say heritage? And I think we've got an expert in the Anthropocene on our group, so we are all very well educated on that now. And I thank you. And please, those of you who are members, if you'd like to get in touch with Catherine to participate in the next round of consultation, please do. While I've got the podium, this is why I get into trouble. While I've got the podium, I just want to add that ICOM's relationship with, and let me just say, ICOM's relationship with the UNESCO conventions, it's a very close relationship. In fact, at the 2019 conference where the definition wasn't carried, a resolution on sustainable development was carried. So ICOM, the resolution was on sustainability and the implementation of Agenda 2030, transforming the world, and it was drafted by the Sustainability Working Group. So I'm on the Definition Standing Committee. ICOM also has a Sustainability Working Group. And I think this is a wonderful forum to tell you about all of this. So I thank you.
Very clear.
Thank you very much to ICOM for very comprehensive presence. You know, really, I mean, this is a wonderful opportunity to learn. You know, we're learning about each and every organization, what it does. You know, this is a platform where we begin to understand how museums operate internationally, because ICOM, it's about museums internationally. And of course, how then different countries and different organizations begin to share knowledge, international best practice, ethics, you know, publications, so that you understand what countries are doing out there. So thank you very much. I call you the duo that, or the duet in music, that's what they call. You did very well in terms of just making us understand the world of museum, but also that very interesting, but very complex process that you have embarked upon of trying to redefine museums. And of course, it comes with different ideological orientations. And that's why maybe getting, you know, a common ground and a common understanding, it's a bit intricate, but we will always urge you to go on and get us a new definition, because of course, the world is changing. As the world changes, of course, definitions change as well. Now, without any further waste of time, I can see on the line, Ms. Roxana Oma, who is our representative for the International Center for the Study for the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property. This institution is based in Rome, in Italy. He will then be giving us some insights into the workings of the ICOM. You are welcome, and please talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
If they can work on the sound. Can we hear? We cannot hear. The sound is.
No, I can you hear me?
That's great. That's great.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sanibona, Molweni, Dumelang, good afternoon. Thank you very much to you, Mr. Ndima, to Ms. Van Dam, and the organizing committee, and of course, all my colleagues that are present in the room today. I just want to indicate that I'm not a staff member of ICROM. but I represent the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture on ICROM, as Mr. Ndima has indicated, and my role, I will be there until November 2023. I also need to just state up front that I've relied very heavily on reports, websites, and workshops that I have attended at ICROM to put together this presentation. And just a little bit of background. Currently, Dr. Weber Ndoro, who is also an accomplished in the field of heritage conservation and a conservation expert, is the Director General of ICROM. They have a very small staff who are very productive and respond quite in an agile manner. They have a solid strategic direction and objectives. And ICROM, as you see, is an intergovernmental organization working in the service of its 129 plus member states to promote the conservation of all forms of cultural heritage in every region of the world it operates in the spirit of the 2001 UNESCO Universal Declaration on Cultural Diversity, which states, quote, "Respect for the diversity of cultures, tolerance, dialogue, and cooperation in a climate of mutual trust and understanding are amongst the best guarantees of international peace and security." And they've been in existence for more than 6 decades. They have partnered with member states to support them in safeguarding heritage within their borders and beyond. They work with international and governmental levels and with institutions and professionals on the ground. The organization engages and informs new generations of professionals, the youth, and the general public with an interest in heritage. It's the only institution of its kind in the world, and ICROM is, as I stated earlier, small and agile, and it enables it to respond swiftly to the needs of its member states. At the same time, as an intergovernmental organization with vast network of conservation experts, ICROM relies on formal institutional collaborations with organizations such as UNESCO, both headquarters and regional offices, together with its World Heritage Committee, to which ICROM is an advisory body, and a non-governmental organization such as we heard, Laura Robinson, ICMOS, ICOM, ICA, which is the Institute for Creative Arts, and the International Institute for Conservation of Historical and Artistic Works, and scientific institutes and universities in member states. Now, those working in the front lines of heritage preservation, including scientists, conservators, museum curators, site managers, archivists, researchers, and archaeologists, rely on ICROM for its world-class initiatives in conservation training, information, research, cooperation, and advocacy. ICROM started in 1956. A proposal was adopted at the 9th session of UNESCO's General Assembly Conference in New Delhi to create an intergovernmental center for the study and improve restoration methods. And so ICROM was born, straight after, sort of in the aftermath of World War II. ICROM has 5 core functions, which is training, and it develops innovative educational programs, tools, and materials for conservation and restoration, and organizes professional training activities around the world. It shares information. It has one of the world's leading conservation libraries. The catalog contains over 120,000 books, reports, specialized journals in more than 70 languages. And it has a collection of over 200,000 images of sites, objects, and various testimonies of its training, scientific, and field activities over the years. And in addition, this website also offers comprehensive information on international events and training opportunities in the field of conservation and restoration. So everybody in the room, please take note of this. It encourages, it takes research, it influences research, as well as of cultural conservation institution, coordinates the knowledge sharing, and creates stimulating and collaborative environments where research can meet. Cooperation, ICCROM encourages international, intergovernmental, interregional, and interdisciplinary cooperation by gathering diverse experts and institutions from around the world to offer technical advice, education, and training, and to carry out site visits. In terms of advocacy, ICCROM is dedicated to raising awareness and the support of conservation and restoration at all levels, from global bodies to governments to communities. And the organization provides technical assistance to its member states through sharing teaching materials, information, workshops, and training opportunities. I'm just going to share this with you.
Sana, we cannot, we are aware of the fact that there's something that we're trying to play, but we only hear the music, we can't see the visuals. But if you can also try and put it in what mode? Presentation mode. Okay. Are you still there, Roxana?
Yes, I'm still here. I thought you were viewing my video, but it's fine. I'm just going to share again my, I'm just going to get out of this. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we cannot see the video.
Oh,
Yes.
I beg your pardon. I thought, well, I'm sorry about that. So now I'm just, I need to get, okay. So I'm going, sorry about that, Mr. Ndima. I'm just going to proceed. Can you see me, Mr. Ndima? Can you see my presentation?
I can see you very well.
You can see me, but not the presentation.
I see you, not the presentation. And everybody here can see you.
Okay, so okay. So now I better say share the screen and I'm going, but I've lost my presentation somewhere in cyberspace.
Okay, take your time, take your time.
No, what I'm going to do is, I'm sorry about that. I'm not sure how that happened, but it's gone. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to continue without my presentation.
Okay.
Sorry about that. It seems as though my presentation's gone. So basically, UNESCO, ICCROM promotes an interdisciplinary and intersectorial approach to conservation. And what's quite, you can see me, hey. Mr. Ndima, can you see me?
We can see you, yes.
Right, okay. Thank you. And apart from engaging—
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. From engaging experts, conservators, restorers, archaeologists, art historians, curators, architects, engineers, planners, they also engage with organic intellectuals. ICCROM has a very strong regional focus, and they focus on Africa, Asia, and the Pacific, Europe, Latin America, Caribbean, the Middle East, North Africa. And
Okay, Roxana, which slides are you on? Because now it's fine. They are controlling the presentation from here. If you
Okay,
can
number
just tell us
12.
the slide number.
12.
12. Okay,
Yes.
great. Now we can see your presentation. It's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So I can't see anything, so I'm just going to presume that it's a workshop. It's a photograph, and it is a workshop.
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Thank you. It's a workshop on how we can involve African youth in heritage, and this was held between the 9th and the 11th of January 2019. Next slide, please. Youth Heritage Africa. ICCROM has developed a long-term strategy for youth in Africa in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030 and the AU Agenda 2063. And the end result is to create economic value in the heritage sector, create platforms for creativity and driven innovation. And the focus is on the youth in Africa, the age category that has been severely affected by unemployment. Next slide, please. Youth Heritage Africa, their objectives have been to pilot 6 heritage hubs structured around heritage activities and assets. And currently, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, UCT, Iziko Museums of South Africa, SARA, and Robben Island are, amongst others, finalizing a program this very moment to be one of the heritage hubs in Africa. So the Africa-wide youth and heritage competitions are also held to stimulate activities in heritage and creating an awareness that there is an economic value to heritage. And lastly, to promote leadership in heritage management and entrepreneurship training. Next slide, please. Heritage Africa. By this year, ICCROM is anticipating that they will be able to train 1,500 young Africans to, who will go through their program supported by heritage institutions across the continent. So that's why sort of partnerships is very important, because they draw on local knowledge, local experts, local professionals to develop these programs. There are also numerous regional and continental initiatives in Africa, including a focus on the African World Heritage. And part of preventative conservation is about risk management and building capacity in this area. And this is an area where recently we need to beef up the whole area of risk management, looking back at our risk management practices and developing those. Together, working together, the next slide. Working together, ICROM supports World Heritage, working with ICOMOS and the International Union for Conservation of Nature, because ICROM straddles both. And it also creates an environment for protecting and conserving sites of outstanding universal values using integrated approaches. And this also includes intangible heritage as well. There are opportunities, and I'm speaking to the young people in the room and those that are watching us live. Next slide. ICROM offers internships. May I have the next slide, please? They have internships, and they have long and short-term internships. So there's a possibility that you can, if you have a long-term internship, you can work in Rome and develop all the necessary skills that they offer. They have long and short training programs. They enter into partnerships. They create resources like manuals, interactive tools. They have webinars, workshops, thematic discussions. They have experts sharing their knowledge in conservation, and a knowledgeable, committed expert staff as well. And ICROM is where communities, heritage professionals, and governments converge to change mindsets and approaches. And all their work is focused on creating a new set of heritage leaders for the future to focus on world concerns for cultural heritage. And I'd like to end here. Thank you very much for allowing me to present the opportunities that are available at ICROM for members of our public. And thank you very much to the organizers as well.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, colleagues. Thank you very much, Roxana. I think this was a very comprehensive presentation. Those little glitches, they did not really matter. So thank you so much. We are learning a lot today. We're learning about all the opportunities that are there in these organizations that you are representing us on. Of course, you are representing us in organization based in Rome in particular. Rome itself, it's kind of a World Heritage Site because of the old buildings, old architecture, and they've been able to conserve these buildings. And I think that we can learn a lot from that because the issue of longevity when it comes to building, it becomes very much important. So these are other opportunities that are there internationally, but let's start here. Let's start with these conversations that are gonna begin to make us aware of what is out there. Now, I was supposed to have Professor Rasool.
Director Vikram says he wishes us best. He's just connected. If he wants to, he can maybe say something.
Okay, I know that I'm told here by the chairperson that the director of ICROM is greeting us, but I would have liked him to greet us. If he can, that's Dr. Weber Ndoro, who is known to some of you here because he used to be the executive director of the African World Heritage Fund, which is an AU institution based in South Africa. Dr. Weber Ndoro, are you there to greet us? Okay, Professor Rasool, I understand that you have raised your hand. Unfortunately, I cannot see you are online and you can speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndima. What an interesting range of presentations, and I think it is important for people to understand that, especially since we are talking about different UNESCO instruments, that in some ways ICOM comes quite late to the debate on the museum definition. There is indeed already a new definition that has been implemented around the world. And a lot of those new approaches to museums and new concepts of museum and museology don't happen in English. They happen in Spanish and Portuguese, and it takes place in Latin America. And I've had the enormous pleasure of having been a member of the UNESCO high-level committee on museums and being involved in the formation of and the acceptance of a set of UNESCO recommendations on museums that doesn't have the status of a convention, but it's a set of recommendations that already has implemented, that already has in it since 2015, and indeed since 2012, when we first started meeting on that project with UNESCO in Rio de Janeiro, actually carries many of those ideas that are encapsulated in this new definition that we learned about from our colleagues from ICOM. So it's very important that I think that people think about that the significance of that initiative on the part of UNESCO. But I suppose what I'm interested in finding about from my colleagues, as we see ICOM in turmoil, because the world is changing. The world is changing, our understanding of how you make a world after colonialism is changing. And those are some of the pressing issues of our time. In other words, what we are talking about is the decolonization of ICOM. It's not just about changing the definition and going through a set of proposals and voting for this and voting for that. It's about fundamentally transforming all of these international instruments and forums. And I suppose the question is raised for us, to what extent is ICOMOS and ICROM going through that same process of transformation? Is the appointment of Weber Ndoro an indication of such a transformation? And so this is a very exciting time for young people to be thinking about the work of ICOM, ICOMOS, and all of these heritage associations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I'm sure that they've noted your input. The time now, colleagues, it's 1346, I am told that we are supposed to be going for lunch at 2 o'clock. Now, I don't know whether you would have, it would have been possible for Prof. Rasool to make a presentation on the 1954 Convention on Armed Conflict. Prof, I don't know whether the 14 minutes that we are left with will fit, or we will have to wait up until after lunch. You please guide us if you can.
Yeah, I have been in touch with Mr. Pashle, and I am now in the suburb of Grassy Park, where I've had to travel because we have load shedding in my neighborhood. And this neighborhood will get load shedding in 10 minutes time. So I will make my way back to my own home, where load shedding will end at 2:30, and where hopefully with ESCOM working with us, I will be ready to make my presentation from there. And I wish I can enjoy lunch with everyone,
Yeah,
but
no,
I
we
will do so
will enjoy it on
virtually.
your behalf. Okay, Prof, we'll enjoy it on your behalf. Let's touch base with you when we come back from lunch. Colleagues, look, the Prof has indicated the challenges that he's confronted with. So let's go for lunch. And I really plead with you, let's have a very quick lunch. I used to head cattle. So if you give me food, 10 minutes is enough for me to just finish. Because the philosophy was, what was more important for, was those cattle, that because they were a source of economy. So it was very important that you eat quickly, you take them back to the field so that they can be well nourished. So I grew up with that. It's still with me. 10 minutes, I'm done. Sometimes they fight me at home to say, but did you enjoy this food? Because it's done soon. So let's go and have lunch. Let's make it as quick as we can, and then come back and continue with this beautiful program. What time is that, Cleon? Can you please, what time? 2:30, can we please, 2:30? Let's be back at 2:30. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you. So, can you switch it off for now?
It's about the sun, it's about the world. It's about the sun, it's about the sky. It's about the world, it's about you. Spinning around, it's about the world, it's about the sky. It's about you, it's about me. It's about you, it's what you want me to be. What you want me to be. What you want me to be. It's about the sun, it's about the world. It's about the sun, it's about the sky. It's about the world, it's about you. Spinning around, it's about the world, it's about the sky. It's about you, it's about me. What you want me to be. What you want me to be. What you want me to be.
que você está fazendo? Como corpo, o que você está fazendo? Eu acho que tudo volta ao começo. A gente gosta de mar, de mergulhar nas águas. A solidão é ruim quando eu não te tenho. Meu pensamento. O que você quer? Cadê você? Passei na vida esperando teus beijos. Teus olhos falam de tempo, mas eu só quero acabar contemplando teu sonho. A lua cheia fica aqui, embaixo dos nossos pés. Eu preciso de você. Eu preciso.
Rain on fire, drown my sorrows, wipe the tears. Honey, eyes are melting. Your sharp words that you fade away. Bring them back to life. And how could I be blind for such a fool? My wound is growing every day, but somehow I'm not afraid. Time is friction in our bond. We just got our paper bone, running out of ink. They won't return. Rain on fire, drown my sorrows, wipe the tears. Honey, eyes are melting. Would you take a necklace night as I dive into your mind? In my collection twice. How could I be blind for such a fool? My wound is growing every day, but somehow I'm not afraid. hasta que mis demonios decidan atajarme.
place of the bright city lights. All this talk of settling down, when really all I want to do is to play around. In a rage, you lose your head. I know our relationship hangs on a thread. I just don't want to grow old today, 'cause I hope you're here to stay. You can't say I haven't tried. Too much experience and overqualified. Rush hour and I feel as if I could drown. Perhaps it's the thought of being tied down. I seem to be getting progressively slow and have the rest of my life to go. I just don't want to grow old today, at least not in this way. Fine wine over candlelight has taken the place of the bright city lights. All this talk of settling down, when really all I want to do is to play around. In a rage, you lose your head. I know our relationship hangs on a thread. I just don't want to grow old today, 'cause I hope you're here to stay.
so strong.
Colleagues, I don't know whether we will be doing justice if we proceed with the presentation coming from Professor Rasool, given the fact that the numbers are not good at all. Professor Rasool, we are back, but we are very few because when we went for lunch, there were long queues, so we had to join those long queues. But colleagues are trickling in. Please indicate to us if we just give maybe another 5 minutes before we begin, because we wouldn't want people to be deprived of your input.
That's fine.
Thank you, Prof. Just a couple of minutes. Really, we would want people to hear, to listen to this. Thank you.
Now the electricity is back here.
Prof, how are you?
I'm fine, Doctor. How are you doing? Good to listen to you earlier.
We missed you. You should have come here.
I should have, I've just got so many, I've got doctoral students that I need to submit reports on, and I'm just behind with so much, always behind with my work.
I know, next time, Prof.
I need to come up north to Kimberley.
Yes, I can still see you still have the gusto. Viva.
I learned it all from you.
It's good to see you, Prof.
Good to see you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think let's get seated. We've tried to buy time and I think we should be able to proceed. Now, our next speaker is going to be Professor Siraj Rasool. He's going to be presenting or doing a presentation on the 1954 convention, which is also known as Hague Convention, which is about the protection of heritage during armed conflict. So without any further waste of time, can I take this opportunity, Professor, and give it to you? Please address us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndima. It is an enormous pleasure to be amongst colleagues once again, albeit in my case still remotely. And I came this close to getting on that plane. If my colleagues at the department can, I can now share. Okay, so we need to go back to the beginning and understand where a lot of these practices come from. If Kanye Magubani can turn off her volume, put herself on mute, it would be great. Thank you. Let us first start off by looking at some of the ways in which the significance of this convention is understood. The first and the most comprehensive multilateral treaty dedicated exclusively to the protection of cultural heritage in times of peace, as well as during armed conflict. You can imagine the circumstances in the late 1940s when the idea of this convention was first proposed, as I seem to remember, by the Netherlands. This is in the aftermath of the Second World War and the devastation caused by bombing in many countries. And as some of you might know from movies like The Monuments Men and other films, that one of the major activities that happened in war was spoliation, was looting, was the destruction of property. A few years ago, I had the pleasure of living on sabbatical in Cologne, in Germany. And at the Cologne Cathedral, also known as the Dom, you will see these incredible historic photographs of the landscape around the cathedral, just devastated all around the Rhine River, but with the cathedral itself largely intact. And one of the myths is that the British Air Force used to use the cathedral as a landmark to know where they were flying, and so it wasn't really destroyed by the bombs. So this convention aims to protect cultural property such as monuments of architecture, art, or history, archaeological sites, works of art, manuscripts, books, and other objects of artistic, historical, and archaeological interest, as well as scientific collections of any kind, regardless of the origin or ownership. So what is significant about this convention is that it did not only seek to protect what we call cultural property. It was also about the protection of the safeguarding of objects, of works of art, of artifacts of historical or archaeological interest. And it sought to protect sites and artifacts under conditions of destruction, under the most destructive conditions of war. It was described as undeniably a historical turning point in the sphere of international heritage law. So the first important point I want to make is that this was also about objects, and we're going to hear about objects later on in this workshop. And it also, the second point that I want to make is that it has to be understood in a relationship with the other conventions. They all have to be considered together to understand the full workings of the architecture of these international heritage conventions. So it was the first of a series of conventions that aimed at protecting cultural heritage in the world, developed by the international community since the second half of the 20th century. All of these conventions were put in place in the second half of the 20th century, and this was the first in that series. And interestingly, it also introduced a number of shared norms and procedures, because when you ratify and sign up to and become a part of the operation of these conventions, you become part of a system of shared norms and procedures. You become part, by becoming part of the UNESCO family of these conventions, and through these conventions, you sign up to a set of internationally agreed and accepted norms and procedures. It involved an acknowledgement that cultural resources carry both national as well as universal values. And it gave the recognition that war and mass violence put the preservation of culture in its multiple forms and contexts at risk. And steps have to be taken in order to ensure, as best as possible, the safeguarding of sites and objects during war. So how is this convention implemented, and what are the obligations that come with ratification? You need to adopt preventive measures. You have to imagine that you're a society that faces war of any kind. Now, war could come from the outside, or it can come from the inside. And the Hawks, as you know, are very interested in such questions of what happens when you have a parliament set on fire, when you have important key sites in South Africa that are damaged or destroyed. What are we dealing with here? And in order to prevent destruction, there are very important steps that have to be taken. And these are the conventional steps of heritage resources management, of preparing inventories, of planning emergency measures to protect property against the risk of fire or collapse of buildings, and preparing for the removal of cultural property to places of safety. When you start researching museums and collections in a society such as Germany, and start thinking about the artifacts from Southern Africa, from East Africa, from West Africa, that are in German museums as a result of colonization, that are there unethically. You also learn about how German museums attempted to safeguard their collections during war by taking them to the caves of the mountains. Really kind of epic stories of how collections were transported from the museum stores to the caves so that they could be protected from potential destruction. Societies have to embark on initiatives to ensure respect for cultural property in our territory and in the territory of other state parties. So we have to imagine what this means. we have to prepare our citizens to respect the sites of heritage and heritage objects that are South African and that belong to the states of our neighbors, that belong to other countries. We have to refrain from using such property of significance in any manner that might expose them to destruction or deterioration in the event of armed conflict. And studying what the colleagues did in Iraq, in the midst of their museums being bombed, is a very interesting exercise indeed. And as you know, we have war and conflict in different parts of the African continent that have been experienced in the last 10 or 12 years in Mali, currently Eritrea, Ethiopia, in northern Mozambique, where there are conflicts and which could very likely result in the destruction or the damage to property and collections. And what we know is during such times of instability, we have the greatest incidences of illicit traffic in material culture, in objects of significance. And as a member of the expert committee of UNESCO that is attending to the African continent at the moment, we have been hearing about such cases of the upscaling of illicit traffic, especially in West Africa. Society should refrain, people should refrain from all acts of hostility directed against such property. They must ensure the registration of cultural property of very high importance on the International Register of Cultural Property under special protection in order to obtain this special protection of such property. And I'll talk later about the specific instruments that created that mechanism. Further, we must ensure that certain important buildings and monuments are marked with a distinctive emblem of the convention. Now we are accustomed to the marking of sites with emblems. That's part of the heritage system that we inherited that gave priority to certain disciplines, particularly architecture and archaeology, which are the originary disciplines of heritage. We still struggle with historic sites. And we learned about how these disciplines have organized themselves in these international agencies and have done so for a long time. We have to provide a place for emergency refuge to shelter movable cultural property. We read recently of a local businessman who put his money in a cave, which apparently got destroyed by the fire on the mountain. But so caves are not necessarily the safest sites. Now, this is important because in these meetings that I get to go to of UNESCO and of the G20 that involve heritage protection, some of the representatives present in those meetings are dressed in uniform. Like the Italians, the Carbonari are present in their uniforms. Where we have to establish special units within the armed forces that are not responsible for committing violence, but whose responsibility is the protection of cultural property. We need a unit in the military, a unit in the police that actually does this work. And as we know, when there are breaches of this convention, there would be sanctions. We need to set what those sanctions are. And finally, we must promote the convention among the general public through target groups such as cultural heritage professionals, the military, law enforcement agencies, non-governmental organizations, the general public. We heard earlier of how at a certain point there was a general upswing in the interests of heritage. And that might have waned. So in addition to the convention itself, there are two protocols that were adopted. The first one adopted at the time of the adoption of the convention itself. The first additional protocol that regulates the protection of movable cultural property during occupation. And how does it do that? By prohibiting all exports from the occupied territory and the requirement of its return to the territory of the state from which the property was exported. I'm afraid, as our colleagues in Iziko know very well, and they've taken very important steps in that regard, South Africa once occupied Namibia. And they, as a result of that occupation, in the name of science, our universities and museums have artifacts from that society. And our Minister of then Arts and Culture undertook a very important exercise of repatriating archival records to Namibia, one Heritage Day. We have to, another means of protecting movable cultural property during occupation is the to prohibit the retention of cultural property acquired under occupation. When the occupation ends, the state must return the cultural object to the formerly occupied authorities. A prohibition on the sale of such cultural property. And we heard about a key in a different set of circumstances. If the cultural property is sold, the purchaser is entitled to fair compensation to be paid by the occupying power. So that's the first additional protocol. There's the second additional protocol that was adopted in 1999 after a review of the operation of this protocol, of this convention, in the light of the conflicts of the 1980s and the 1990s, where the convention needed to be updated and strengthened. And this additional protocol introduced a system of enhanced protection for particularly valuable cultural property. It identified a set of measures to be preventively taken by states in time of peace. In other words, you must not implement this merely by waiting for a time of war or military occupation. You need to take these steps during peacetime. In other words, these mechanisms should also contribute to the prevention of war. In imagining and foreseeing war, these need to contribute to preventing war. And indeed, if war does take place, then the steps have already been taken. It must also set constraints on the legitimate use of military necessity. This second protocol provided specific details on the principle of individual criminal responsibility for serious acts of destruction and damage against cultural property. So what does ratification of the convention and these protocols do? It allows countries not just to, this isn't just a mechanism of compliance. It strengthens our status. It adds to our sovereignty in front of the international community. And we have heard how the adoption and the ratification of certain conventions added to the case that we were making recently in the case of the auction, the danger of the auction of that key. And I want to, as I come to a close, I want to talk about this very important. This was one of the newest elements of the Hague Convention, most recently adopted a thematic program on heritage for peace that seeks to contribute on a global scale to the effective protection of movable and immovable cultural property in all its forms during peacetime, armed conflict, and in post-conflict situations. Finally, I think there are a number of challenges that this convention raises for us, and that considering all of the conventions together should make us really think of the dilemmas that we have, of the challenges that we have, of the contradictions that we face. We talk about heritage through these conventions as a means of safeguarding and protecting sites and collections and objects from destruction. Safeguarding, protection. And yet, in the main, the heritage is experienced in daily life, in public life in South Africa, as an active means of destruction through development, of planned destruction, where heritage is installed merely as a means of mitigation. In other words, to soften the blow of destruction through development, and to create a small Anyana institution that can do a little bit of mitigation. We need to think about this dilemma, and we need heritage authorities with teeth that are not going to buckle under the operation of the environmental and developmental agencies of the state, but that will stop development when it needs to be developed, when it flies in the face of the interests of the people. And secondly, because this goes to one of the most important dilemmas that we face as we move from an old definition of museums and of heritage to a new approach, where the main safeguard that we have for the protection of heritage into the future rests in public education, rests in spreading the word, rests in enabling people to believe that the sites and the collections belong to them. In other words, when they are empowered to be heritage stewards and keepers in their own right, so that they are participants in the process, where heritage becomes a means of mobilizing the people. Where you see in a society such as Brazil, where heritage and museums are a means of mobilizing people out of poverty, out of gangsterism, etc. Heritage is not merely about increasing the instruments of the government of sites and subjecting it to more and more properly constituted government through conventions, through plans, through institutions. That's only one form of heritage, and a very important form of heritage. We need to devote more attention to heritage as social mobilization, because that, I think, gives the greatest effect to what is called in the language of DSAC, social cohesion. This is when social cohesion comes into its own. And I leave the presentation there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof. That was very good presentation. You know, as you were talking about the need for communities to be aware of this convention so that they take responsibilities in protecting their own heritage. I'm being reminded of the situation in Mali with the Timbuktu manuscripts, when the Tuareg rebels attacked the Ahmed Baba Institute, which houses those manuscripts. It's communities as well who took some of those manuscripts. They took them away to hide them in their respective homes because they understood the value of heritage. And that's the kind of conscientization and mobilization that we need to make within our societies. But also, thank you so much, Prof. You know, I've always been just asking myself about what is this difference between the first protocol and the second protocol? But today, I think you clarified it. In my own way of interpreting it, I look at, you know, the first protocol as more reactive, active, because it begins to say you don't have to wait for the war to take place. You must always think proactively about how you protect your heritage. Thank you so much, Prof. That was a very instructive presentations immediately after Prof. But of course, taking all the presentations that were done today. You can take whatever questions and comment on any of the presentation from, Laura is still here. Yeah, because she came to me to say she's gonna be leaving, but I'm glad she's still here. And then we still have got Beverly and Catherine. I think they're here to deal with matters of ICOM, which Prof had already raised. And I hope Roxana is there to handle matters that pertain to ICOM. And then, of course, Prof, you will handle the areas that have to do with the Hague Convention. So I am opening the floor, understanding, ladies and gentlemen, that we would still need to take a couple of conventions, the 1970 Convention, which deals with matters of illicit trafficking, cultural property, or of the prevention thereof. And then we would still need to deal with the 1972 Convention, World Heritage, that deals with World Heritage sites. And of course, we will deal with the issues of intangible cultural heritage. But let's allow one or two comments, questions of clarity, so that we then are able to proceed and allow other speakers. No, I'm told that Roxana might have, you know, is leaving to deal with other matters. Anyway, tomorrow, Dr. Webandoro is going to be here. So whatever questions that you might have wanted to ask around matters of ICOM, you would be having the real guru of ICOM, the executive director, Dr. Webandoro. I can see the hand. Please, let's have please introduce yourself and ask a question. I see there is a hand. Yeah, if we can just be brief, given the fact that we still have got presentations to listen to. Thank you.
Thanks, thanks, DDG. My name is Bumbama and I'm from Durko. Just two questions to Ms. B. Thomas and Ms. C. Snell. To Ms. Thomas, question is, you spoke about the redefinition on museums, but I didn't get the substantive reason why this new definition. You did tell us that it's to incorporate the changes in the world that have taken place, but is it because with the new definition there will be new museums, more funding? Is it an end in itself? What's the real reason behind this new definition that ICOM is working on and is grappling with? And then my second question to Ms. C. Snell is, in your presentation, you spoke about ICOM working within, operating within the diplomatic realm. So I just want to know, in what sense? What do you mean in that sense? Is it within the realm of the United Nations or within the realm of different countries, diplomatic missions, etc.? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mpama, for those. If we can all just follow suit as we ask questions. There is a person next to you. And then I see that there are delegates online. I've noted Kanyima Kubane, I will come to you as well.
Okay, thank you, DDG. Again, my name is Tandile Pecho. Comments both to the Prof. The first one, it will be from two perspectives around the issues of heritage. One will be about redress or transformation of current heritage, the colonial heritage. And also, number two, the issue of the protection of our heritage. So it will come from those two perspectives. The first perspective of redress, let me put it this way. The national government and these international institutions have noble programs and intentions and so on. You have municipalities and cities that have heritage that celebrates the conquest by, say, Britain of the heritage of Africans. And when you go around these cities, you see all the buildings that are important, are mini England. You see the streets, you see the heritage sites. Maybe 80% where I come from is colonial and apartheid heritage. Not heritage that fights those, but it's heritage that celebrates those. And it's those municipalities that have power through their urban renewal processes to change that. And while you have a national government that has this noble mission, but you have cities that apparently want change, and our kids are growing in cities where they can't see themselves in the walls, in the streets, and everywhere they go, but we want them to be proud of their heritage. That's the first one. Maybe a comment as to how do we change that? Because it's proven not to work. With the Mzansi Golden Economy, for example, that had a public arts section, for many years, it favored white companies that have been there in the field, that have a certain capacity. Those white companies would be asked to apply so there will be an ideological conflict even there. Even when you do something, you fund it as national government in those. It will also reflect a heritage that is not ours. The second one is about just a comment about the heritage, the protection and preservation of heritage. When Prof was talking, I was thinking, just a couple of months ago, I was commenting, seeing an advert of these beauty products. They are saying, we've come with a revolutionary technology, a white clay. It's an international and red clay. An international company introduces red clay to us. and now I'm thinking, what is red clay to us? Red clay that in Xhosa people were using as skincare. But when the missionaries came and converted them, everyone who had been converted laughed at amaXhosa and insulted them, calling them amaqaba. So that has been an insult to in African culture that red clay. And now the red clay is discovered somewhere else and is being sold to us. So that's not the only product that represents our heritage and so on, that the West is coming back to sell. And there are many of those. So I hope in these efforts, there could be efforts that will enable people to identify those things before we lose all of them, so that we can begin to preserve them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tandile. Can I then go to Kanyama Kubane online?
Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Kanyima Kubane, and I'm representing the Documentary Filmmakers Association. I do sit on the board, and I'm also a documentary filmmaker myself. And so I'm joining in my capacity as representing the DFA and as a documenter myself. My question is directed towards Professor Rasool, who gave a very insightful presentation. And as he was speaking, it actually sparked a question that I'd like to pose to him. He spoke about the need to protect our heritage site as per the Heritage for Peace theme that was adopted recently in 2020. And I wanted to ask him about issues of representation, that when artifacts themselves represent eras of oppression and represent eras of strife, what then happens to the protection of those artifacts that are usually present in areas that were colonized, in areas that were overtaken, and in areas where the new culture became the dominant culture. And the example that came to mind was the Cecil Rhodes statue in Cape Town, which its head was removed, and eventually the entire statue was removed in 2015 during the Freeze Must Fall protest. And as we know that Cecil John Rhodes was a revered figure within the British Empire. So what happens to the protection of heritage sites that don't actually represent the dominant heritage, but rather were set up as a type of marking of territory and as a type of marking of colonized spaces and spaces that had been taken over during processes of war? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we, Masego, let's give you an opportunity. And then immediately after yourself, we will then allow the speakers to respond.
Yep. No, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Mandla Masego. I am here representing the Association of Independent Record Companies of South Africa. In the main, we represent the music producers in South Africa, but I also teach at the Tshwane University of Technology. My question, and I'm glad that I was talking to the presenters during lunch, and I was asking that if music is heritage as well, of the 300 museums in South Africa, how many of those are music heritage? It is vital for us because music plays a vital role in as far as, and our understanding is that if museums are institutions, surely they do use music to create an ambience, or are they that quiet? The second question for us, and we take a keen interest in the issues around decolonization. How can we, as the music sector, play an important role in shaping a new narrative, but also helping to promote the sector, because it's very quiet, particularly in townships and in rural areas of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would therefore hand over to the speakers to respond, and in some areas it need not be the speakers, other people who might want to speak to some of the issues, they will be at liberty to do so. So can I then, maybe there was an issue around the definition. What was the problem? Maybe let's start by tackling that. And then there was a follow-up question I'm sure you might have noted. If you can just handle that, ICOM. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I also want to thank Professor Rasool for partly answering this question after our presentation. The question is, museums have changed, but the definition hasn't. Fundamentally, museums aren't what they were 50 years ago. They look different, they feel different, they smell different, they sound different. So the aim was to create, what is it we have now? Let's define what we have now. Sounds silly, but okay. So, somebody asks you, what is a hospital? You don't say it's a place where you go into the ward and they do this and they do that and they do that. No, a hospital is a place where you go to get better. You don't have to say what they do there. So the need for new definition is because museums have changed. Professor Rasool also referred to what are considered the leaders in contemporary museology, the South American and Central American countries, very much pushing the agenda for a new definition, not as an aspiration, because a lot of people criticize the definition that was tabled in Kyoto as aspirational. No, it's not aspirational. It is what it is. And for museums to say, people who think that that is an aspiration, well, sorry, but we left you behind 20 years ago. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Kat.
Do you want me to?
Yes, whatever you would want to add, Catherine. Yeah.
About the museum definition.
Yeah.
Okay. Definitely. And I think, because I'm thinking now of 2019 with the whole debate about the museum definition. And during the conversation, there was some countries, there was some, we've talked about translation of the different meanings of words, which mean certain words that will mean for certain countries differently. And we've also, there was this whole debate about which words to be used in the definition, because some of the words will not, some governments will not be happy with certain words. And I think especially our colleagues from Asia, they were quite very worried about that. So, so a lot of ideas, but the whole thing was that was also that ICOM must go back to its members, and the members must give their voice to what they think a new museum definition would look like. Yeah. That is what I can add.
Thank you. Did they just take care of your second question, Mr. Mbam? Museums and diplomacy.
Did I say something? Can you repeat your question, please?
Thanks. Basically, in your presentation, you said ICOM also, I don't know, operates within the diplomatic sphere, the diplomatic space. So I just wanted to know, what do you mean in that case? Do you work through the United Nations, or do you work through countries' diplomatic missions? Yeah.
Okay, I have mentioned that we are working with different partners. UNESCO was one of it. And if you're talking about ICOM Paris, yes, they have different, they work with different organizations. and they work with different organizations as I've listed on my presentation, yes. And for us as representing ICOM on a national level, we have been working with other museum professional bodies, but also with institutions itself. And I think it's all about something that we as museum professional, but also as an institution would like to address, that we think it is very important. We 2020, was it 2020? We have that international seminar, decolonizing as a verb. And I mean, like, that was also a very, very interesting one. And we have Shiraz, he was on the panel, Comco, like I said, and SAMA and other organizations that took part in it, yes. So I think working together, it's about common interest, and also whether it is now with Paris or on a national level, like ICOM South Africa.
Okay, can we allow the responses first to the questions, and I would maybe just take
She's one of the speakers. I think she wanna respond as well. It's not a question.
Oh, okay, please go
Thank you.
ahead. All right, thanks. No, that's great.
Sorry, I wanted to support my colleagues from ICOM SA. I think perhaps I am better placed because I'm independent to talk a little bit more around the history of why the definition was necessary and why it's caused such a furor. And I think that it's related to the context in which the discussion around the definition is happening. A couple of years ago, we had museums declaring themselves world museums, and aside from, or universal museums, and aside from a few papers that were written opposing this notion of having universal or world museums, the world was actually very quiet. And when you look at who those museums were, they were all based in Europe, and they were all museums that had acquired collections from countries that they had colonized. So with this discussion around the definition, including all of the reasons that have been given by my colleagues about how museums have evolved and changed, it's also happening in the context where more and more institutions and museums and countries are demanding collections to be returned to their places of origin. And so with that in mind, when one thinks about how one then defines a museum in Italy, or how one defines a museum in Belgium, and how one defines it in Eritrea or Ethiopia, and how you define it in the Congo, those all have implications for this wider conversation around ownership and around repatriation and so on. And there's vested interest in terms of knowledge acquisition and the knowledge industry and so on. So I wanted to give a broader context to why it is that a conversation that's around a definition can become so problematic. But then also just to support what Catherine was saying in terms of translation, when the UNESCO 2003 convention was being written, there were huge debates about specific words that would be used. And even since the convention came into being, there have been specific words that have changed subsequently because the translations into French meant something completely different to what it meant in English or in Spanish, and it was interpreted negatively within those other contexts. So I think, yeah, that's just, I don't think we should remove ourselves from the social, economic, political and educational values that are attached to the process of defining what a museum is and the implications that has within the international community. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, thanks a lot. You know, there's something that was running in my mind, and I will allow Siraj. I was just asking myself, is this just part of intellectual pastime?
No, it's not.
Just people engage in intellectual, you know, gymnastics. But you see, as you explained this, you know, it makes a lot of sense that there are serious implications. And I think that's another topic. And these are the things, Dr. Masuku. In fact, Minister is really, really into this matter of repatriation, that we need to look at it. In fact, he sent me a clip one day where someone was talking about so many of the collections that have been taken away from the continent and the developing world. Now that those collections have to find their way back home because they belong in those countries of origin. So yeah, Prof, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ndima. And thank you to my colleagues who are participating in this discussion and for the really insightful questions. You know, when we were dealing with these matters in Rio de Janeiro in 2012 and talking about the new museum as a process of participation and of empowerment, where the museum is not just the collection. At that stage, ICOM was opposed to any new definition. It was, remember, these are, to be very brutal and frank, these are the institutions that are part of our colonization. And we are transforming them. We are changing them. We are imagining a museum that is a project of a democratic society, that is rethinking what we mean by citizenship. So ICOM itself is changing itself. 2012, they said, no, you can't have a museum like that because you will be taking resources away from the conservation of collections for future generations. Don't come and you NGOs and opportunistically just call yourselves museum. You are not a museum. Now they've agreed. Those colleagues have agreed, and you still have the old guard in ICOM that is fighting a rear guard action. And you have some colleagues, maybe from China and from societies that have gone through tremendous museum development recently of a monumental kind. They don't want a new definition of the museum. They want the old museum. And so we actually are talking about heritage instruments like the Hague Convention and the landscape of museums and monuments that were created as part of our oppression. And now we are talking about turning them and refashioning them into sites and institutions of a democratic society. Now, colleague is correct. And we are seeing these debates all over the world today. We see it in Bristol, in England, with the toppling of the Colston statue, where those that threw that statue into the sea were brought before a criminal court. And the court came to their defense to say that they are people oppressed by a racist statue. We see this in the United States, where you have monuments to people who defended slave societies and enslavement. And we realize that this isn't just history. These were monuments that were created later by racists imposed on the people. So we need to think about all of these complexities as we problematize what we mean by preservation and conservation, and where we know that sometimes this is an argument that is made as part of the oppression of people. Now, the Hague Convention deals with war. It deals with large-scale war, with occupation. It deals with what happens when a foreign military enters a society and it wants to destroy the symbols of that society, where those symbols might have a meaning for other people in the world. Now, of course, you can't legislate for all kinds of situations. And what was very interesting in the case of Mali is, and the destruction that Mr. Ndima referred to, where it was found that in some cases, UNESCO instruments are not very effective. Because, I mean, what do you do in order to to effect that kind of protection. So what we need is an approach to understanding heritage that is not only monumental, but that involves participation by the people and that has a sense of history. So our question about music heritage, a very interesting question, because this isn't only about where do you find music in a museum and when does music become heritage. It's very interesting because we have the International Library of African Music at Rhodes University, right? The collections of the, I suppose he would have called himself an ethnomusicologist who went into the field with recording equipment by the name of Hugh Tracy. The reason why those recordings exist, and they are recordings, they're on reel to reel, and some of them have been digitized. And those recordings were made because there was an understanding that music was disappearing under the circumstances of development. That is what the anthropologists thought, that you have to record it because it's going to be disappearing. So we need to think about a collection such as that in a very different kind of way and think about what it will mean to return those recordings to the societies from which they come. That includes Uganda, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and so forth. And I mean, I've encountered sound recordings in a phonogram archive in Vienna. And Mr. Ndima will know about this because we worked together on the restitution of Klaas and Troy Pienaar. But where we are now talking about the possibility of returning the human remains as well as the recordings and the cultural objects that were collected at the same time as a result of violence. And you can go to the phonogram archive. In fact, you can go online and you can listen to voices from Southern Africa recorded in 1907 and 1908. And luckily, our government, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, have preempted this situation. And they are on top of things right now because we have just adopted a national policy on repatriation and restitution. This is so important for us. We're still working out the mechanisms. It's located in the SARA office, but the office needs to be established because this must become a most important mechanism for heritage and heritage transformation in Southern Africa as we renegotiate our relationship with other societies. So these are very important questions. You know, war happens at different levels. War happens on a mass scale, like a world war. But war, we have a heritage war going on right now in my neighborhood where I live. And that's where heritage is implicated in the recolonization of the land. You know, so we need to be very careful here of how we think about the possibility of heritage that empowers the people, of heritage that doesn't represent a continuation of the colonization of the land and the oppression of the people and the displacement of the people, because that is not the society that we live in.
Thank you very much. There is a hand at the back. You want to say something? There was Kwezi also at the back, but I don't know whether Doc, you would want to allow Kwezi to speak and then you come after to round off some of the things so that we can also start moving to the next speakers. But these are very interesting discussions, colleagues, and they are really just educating us about the whole range of issues of arts, culture, and heritage that we really do not find adequate time to deliberate upon. But let me allow Mr. Mpumlwana, and then I've noted the hand there, and then Dr. Masuku will close this session.
Program Director, thank you very much for this very beautiful session and all the speakers. Right at the beginning, a colleague asked if we are present or were missing in action. I'm Kwezi Kampumlwana. I work for the National Heritage Council of South Africa, an agency of Department of Arts and Culture, Sports, Arts and Culture. We're present and we heavily invested and interested in all the discussions that were taking place, and especially the conventions. Because as you know, with the 1972 convention, we're looking at places and sites that are tangibly associated with the road to freedom in South Africa and beyond. And we've just submitted a dossier in that regard, on sites about human rights and reconciliation. The 2003 convention has been of huge interest and expectation to us, because the mandate of that established us requires special attention to living and intangible cultural heritage, as it were. And a lot of the ceremonies and things NH has been involved in, whether it's a festival or another, have got to do with that. The memory of the world and the diversity of cultural expressions speaks to the diverse people unite. So we are, yes, but now I rose because of the comments of the different speakers, and I will not be long. Prof. Siraj, as you were talking about the 1954 convention and war and heritage, as much as you were applying it to museums, and you know that I come from site museums, which I don't know if in the definitions they fit. The land was the situation that's happening there, because that seems to be like a kind of war site and a war experience, 1954 convention, or because it's a site and not a museum collection, it will not work. What's your reflections on that? And then in the definition, colleagues, that you've been working with, 25 years ago, whatever it was, when we started with the prison that closed, when they stole the key, we were told you are not a museum, because the museum has got collection. That time we didn't even have a blanket or a key. We had memories and sites and buildings. And I'm wondering if this evolving definition, how well is it dealing with that? And I want to ask that because part of my hobby now is in digital heritage. Digital sovereignty, digital ownership, digital economics in the space of museum definition. What is happening in that conversation, and how will the rebalancing of the political economy there take place? What are the ideas, especially from the speakers who were intervening in terms of that? And I think closely related is the issue of ownership and entitlement. Most of our conversations are based on state-owned museum entities. But now they are privately owned, they are family owned, they are communally owned, they are NGO owned. And I would imagine when the recent repatriation debacle or situation is resolved, you're still gonna deal with the issue of who then is the rightful owner of the items that will have been repatriated. Is it the state? Is it the family? Is it the department? And it's closely related to the points that were being raised here. And then lastly, in terms of the aspirations of the African Union, they talk about less poverty, a more integrated continent, more silenced guns, and better ways of doing the economy. How are we, both in the definition and in the implementation of the work, and as we engage with these conventions as Africans? Because Dr. Masuku at the beginning, she said, we don't enter in this space neutral, we enter as children of Africa. Now I've been following Europa Nostra and what's happening in South America and even in Asia. They have a clear continental agenda of how they're gonna participate in sustainable development and culture. There's a new thing of culture and the green agenda for Europe. What should we be doing for an Africa position on culture and sustainable development? I mean, this even takes me to the issue of the NEPAD, and I won't go into detail, but if I look at the development agency for Europe or any other region, there's a strong, they say there's no development without culture. But when you take, and this is not, it's a function of the time as GISA or before that, it's very easy to not have culture. But now with the post-COVID recovery that we must be busy with, and with the terrible lack of money that every museum faces and heritage faces, it will be amiss, and it's not a criticism on the colleagues that spoke. It's not an easy thing to talk about because there's not an immediate answer. But what must be happening about money and heritage, cultural heritage, in the post-COVID recovery? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mpumlwana. Can we take, yes, if you can please introduce yourself and speak.
Sanibonani.
Yebo.
Kunjani?
Sikhona.
Ngiyaphila. Mina nombuzo oyi-one. In terms of information, collectwa kanjani from our tribe leaders, from heritage, and because ngibuza kanje, I once visited Ekurhuleni Museum, which content yakhona, it doesn't talk to us as Africans. There's more content yangaphandle, more than yangapha, and for kids and generational, angathini, i-generation ezayo, kuza kanjani ukuthi bangazi ngemvelaphi elayiduze, because that's the only museum ekhona la eKurhuleni region. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can we then just hand over to Dr. Masuku to try and round off as much as we can? And of course, there's so many issues that are being discussed today that might not have answers, but this is the beginning of a situation where we need to try and ensure that these are regular features where we deal with some of these issues in detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I'd just like to thank the resource people that are on this platform for making us think very hard and also to think critically. I just want to go back to saying that we are not having this discussion for the sake of a discussion. As much as we want to raise awareness about this convention, I'd like us that as we present, we begin to think that what is it that ICOM has not been doing? What is it that ICOM within its own functionings needs to transform so that it plays much more a critical role? Because ICOM in Paris or ICOMOS in Paris may not necessarily translate to the realities that we're dealing with here. So I'm going to ask everybody that presents here to begin to think and say, what is it that is happening there that needs to be of congruence to the South Africa and Southern Africa that we are looking at as Rosa? Because the reason we're having this debate is because these debates have not had platforms for us all in the sector to begin to engage with. So I'd like us that we're critical, reflexive, and that we begin to take what is coming out of this to craft the strategy that we want to look at in the next 4 years. Secondly, Professor, you raised the issue of economic value. It's an imperative that we're living in a society where people are poor, particularly civil society. They do not look at heritage as heritage for its own sake. They also look at heritage in terms of deriving value. Tricky question, which I'm not going to answer, which we need to take as part course, is how do we ensure that we derive value from these sites? Because when we look at the 1972 convention, people are promised dreams, aeroplanes, going to space. But once the conventions are ratified, nothing happens. We need to go back to the people that have enabled us to ratify this convention for meaningful results. As we look outside, let's look at ourselves as well. Professor, you dealt with the issue of skeleton in the cupboards. I had somebody presenting about that in my class. One student asked, if the skeleton and cupboards were discussed 10 years ago, why are the skeletons still in the cupboards? So as we begin to look and criticize outside, let's also begin to look in-house and say, what is it that we're not doing properly? So I'm bringing back the debate here again. I'm taking it back from Paris, wherever you guys have been to say, what does it mean for the South Africa here now? And what does it mean for Southern Africa? And this is the critical point that we need to focus on, bring everybody back. So we are sitting with repatriations within the country. If you look at Mapungubwe Museum in Pretoria, collections taken from Mapungubwe in the mountain, how do we deal with those issues of restitution within cupboards? How do we begin to take those skeletons sitting in our museums, Iziko, etc.? So let's look within and correct what we need to correct as well. And the issue of, I'm just saying, let's bring everything back home. So the presenters that we have today, and as the recorders, we need to transcribe this because it needs to translate into a strategy going forward to say, in the next 4 years, what are we doing? And prioritize to say what is going to be happening with these particular conventions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Masuku. I don't know, there were specific questions that Kwezi asked about museums and the evolution of these definitions, making a particular point about the Robben Island Museum, which in the beginning might not have been taken as a museum because of the definition, the understanding of what the museum is constituted by. I don't know whether you want to touch on that, but also the gentleman who spoke about the issue of a museum, which is located within a particular locality. But if you look at the content of that museum, it has got nothing to do with that locality. That also begins to say, in the making of that museum, what kind of intellectual investment went into it? What kind of consultative processes were done in a way that would ensure that whatever content that is there resonate with such communities? But I don't know whether you want to touch on that because I'm worried about my time. We are already at 15:56. There are speakers that are waiting in the wings. One word if there is, but if there is, because we're still gonna get the time to speak even tomorrow, let's just pack that. Yes, Laura.
Colleagues, I speak not as ICOMOS now, but as a member of the Robben Island Museum Council, and having been involved in museums for many years. And one of the things I think we're grappling with, and we have been grappling with, is the thorny question of accessibility to whatever the museum holds and represents. And the one good thing that has come out of the recent pandemic and the lockdowns, and there is one thing that we've turned to a positive, is to start looking at virtual representations and virtual accessibility to museums. It brings them to a wider audience. It enables a wider audience to feed back to the institutions with their comments, their criticisms. On the other hand, having said that, the access to technology is very limited still here for us in our country and probably on the African continent. And the access to internet is a challenge when you move outside the urban areas. I think we all know that. So there's discussions that need to be, or issues that need to be unpacked that relate not only to the museum environment or culture, but also the technological environment in which we operate. I just thought that was perhaps a useful point to make.
Okay, thank you. I've requested that the Kanye is saying, Prof Rasool has not yet answered my question re-representation of heritage with specific reference to Cecil Rhodes statue in Cape Town.
I agree that I didn't address it, and she's absolutely right to point that out. And I've tried to give an answer because Rhodes has not fallen. Rhodes might have fallen in a little statue at a university campus, but you've got to look at how that entire campus represents a legacy of Rhodes. Rhodes didn't fall at Kirstenbosch. You've got an entire landscape that represents Rhodes. You know, Rhodes Must Fall was not just young people. It was young people, mainly Black young people. Maybe most went to Model C schools, who went to a white university, a historically white university. So it's a very specific experience of the contradictions of privilege. And so it's you've got to understand all of the dynamics that are at work here. And so the point that I was trying to make to you originally is that some monuments must fall. They should not be allowed to continue to oppress the people. And it doesn't require a management system to kind of manage that system. We need to recognize people's right to protest, and we have so many examples from around the world of that oppressive nature of a monument. And just one small point that we need to put into this, and as I just want to recognize the important work that was done in the early days of Robben Island Museum by Kwezi Mpumlwana, Deirdre Prince, and all of the colleagues who were then young heritage professionals and were doing exciting work in a museum without walls. It was one of the most exciting projects. But what you had at Robben Island also was a contest between a museum and a World Heritage Site that became subject to a conservation management plan of a World Heritage Committee. And unfortunately, in my view, what happened there is the work of the museum was lost. And that is part of the dilemmas that we continue to have at Robben Island. And I think that those are not irreversible, and that doesn't mean that it cannot be recovered once again. And I hope Kanye will agree that I've now tried to address her question.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
I am covered.
Are you fine there, Kanye?
Yes, I'm covered. Thank you.
Sounds like you're fine. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we can talk up until very late, but I'm just trying to, because these are very interesting debates. For instance, the Cabinet of South Africa in 2020 adopted a decision of looking at apartheid iconography and even supporting that some of the statues must be relocated, not necessarily destroyed, but relocated as part of the relics of history. Even if those relics are set, they trigger set memories, but just for the sake of ensuring that posterity will know that there was once this particular statue, which used to stay or which used to be in Parliament, but today is no longer in Parliament. It's stored somewhere where if people want to go and study and do whatever they want to do, but there was a very clear decision that you can't have statues that are not in line with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, occupying prominent spaces, because if they occupy prominent spaces, it means we're still in love with that colonial and apartheid past. So there is that, but of course, these are the things that require time in terms of planning, where do you relocate them, the resources to do that, but already there is a decision that talks about this transformation of the heritage landscape. I think that I would want to step out of this. It's a very nice one, very exciting one. I would therefore, I'm sure that you have been waiting in the wings. Who is the speaker that's going to be speaking? We have got Miss Regina Isaacs, and I see that there's also Miss Renette Stender online. Regina is here, so you can come and occupy your space and please talk to us. I'm sure you might have arranged in terms of how you manage this with your partner online. Thank you. Can you please still assist with the sanitization, please?
Projected there, but you can see it here.
Oh, this is so cool. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, wait. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's very good to see familiar faces and new ones. And this gathering makes my heart very happy because it's the first of its kind where we have all the representatives of international organizations and also colleagues who attend these convention meetings together in one room, where we can actually look at how we must implement these conventions and also identify flaws critically. And I think that Professor Siraj Rasool set the context for the conventions that we are party to, that we cannot consider in isolation, and that we must implement in a cooperative and integrated manner. And I'm going to take you through the presentation. Just get the technology right here. It's not moving. Okay, so I'm dealing with the Convention on the Means of Prohibiting and Preventing the Illicit Import, Export, and Transfer of Ownership of Cultural Property. And this convention is an international treaty signed on the 14th of November, 1970, and was based on the philosophy of governmental action. Only state parties can claim for the return of objects. Came into effect on the 24th of April, 1972, to combat the illegal trade in cultural items, both illegal export and theft of cultural objects. And it requires state parties to take action in preventative measures, restitution provisions, international cooperation framework. And South Africa accepted the convention on the 18th of December, 2003. And what I put, not all my pictures necessarily connects or is in synergy with the content next to it. But in this particular picture, I deliberately put a poster of stolen South African heritage objects that was developed by the National Forum for the Law Enforcement Against Heritage-Related Crime, which was a very important forum that operated between 2005 and I think around about 2010. Unfortunately, it no longer existed. And I see the future, something along the lines of NALI, but I'm not going to go into that right now. Okay, so So I've highlighted Article 7B of the Convention, which stipulates that only objects designated by the state, stolen in a museum or a similar institution, which is on the inventory of the institution, can be claimed back under the convention. That means if it has been illegally exported, or rather illegally exported objects are not covered, and also not objects of clandestine excavations. But where there is a bilateral between state parties where these may have occurred, there can be agreements entered into as per Article 9 of the Convention. And I raise this upfront because for me, these are some of the challenges with the Convention. Okay. And then I've also included the UNIDROIT Convention on stolen or illegally exported cultural objects that came into effect in June 1995, which makes provision for both illegal export and theft of cultural objects. However, in the case of the UNIDROIT Convention, it makes provision for private persons to claim the return of their private property. And as we know, the National Heritage Resources Act stipulates that heritage objects may be publicly and privately owned. So that is a development subsequent to the 1970 Convention. Now, what I'm going to talk about now is the state parties meetings. When I attended the 5th meeting of the state party, I was really out of my depth because there was no preparation as to what contribution South Africa could make to that convention. And the convention requires, or the deliberation requires, that there must be prior planning and there must be a mandate from the party state. And I would have found it very useful if I had known that there was a first state party meeting that took place in 2003, and it was based on a specific decision that was taken by the UNESCO executive in 2002. And then the second meeting of states parties took place in June 2012. And in order to monitor the implementation of the convention, the states parties decided to meet every 2 years thereafter. There is a further provision made for extraordinary meetings, which can be called at any time. And then the 4th meeting of states parties to the convention took place 2 years later, but South Africa did not make a presentation. However, I believe there was an oral presentation made by somebody from DSAC's International Relations Department. And then the 5th meeting of the states parties to the convention, which is the sovereign body of the convention, composed of 135 states, took place from the 20th to the 21st of May 2019. And this meeting is a statutory body and provides strategic orientations for the implementation of the convention. And it was quite clear that in as much as South Africa made a presentation there about the legislative framework that we follow, we could not participate in any of the deliberations. And DSAC is the liaison between South Africa and UNESCO concerning the convention. DSAC submits reports as part of compliance to the convention that SARA provides as the body that regulates the movement of heritage objects. However, no one drives the implementation of the convention. That includes how to implement it in the event of illegal export and theft. And that is what makes today's gathering so important and thereafter. There's also no mechanism to prepare for state party meetings, nor is there to report on proceedings and implementation of resolutions. Internal information on how to access the training and resources available to member states is also not readily available. And as much as there is this database of information on the internet regarding the convention and all the resources and the discussions, I think that we inside the country need to look at how we can make it more accessible. There's no training of the South African Police Service. There's no training of customs officials to fulfill their role as heritage inspectors, for them to play their cooperative responsibility in regulating the movement of heritage objects. However, SARA is dealing with this, and if it hadn't been for COVID, by now we may have had some training program in place. And then still looking at the implementation and looking at some of the challenges in our country. South Africa has open borders. The staff do not have the competency to identify heritage objects of cultural significance, nor do they know the difference between what is a heritage object and a curio or what is thought of as a contemporary heritage object. And those challenges contribute to illicit trafficking. The form that is completed by these removal companies who pack and remove people's property when they go and live overseas does not include the identification of heritage objects, and in that manner people are able to take heritage objects out of the country illegally. Customs officials are not trained to identify heritage objects that are protected and may not be exported without a permit from SARA. And it's very easy for anyone to put something in a bag or a pocket, carry with them on the plane without anyone knowing that that is a heritage object. That is in all likelihood how the key and the rest of the objects associated with Madiba left the country, and many other heritage objects for that matter. And so I thought it's important to also look at what the National Heritage Resources Act makes provision for and what other legislative frameworks and guidelines we have that are in place. So the National Heritage Resources Act makes provision for repatriation of heritage objects, for regulating the movement of heritage objects, and for the contraventions of the NHRA and penalties. But if you look at those penalties, you know, we're talking about 6 months, you know, and fines. And up until now, we haven't had a single case taken to court. But I can assure you that there are a number of investigations. We do have the Hawks that are dealing with illicit trafficking and particularly heritage crime. The policies and regulations that we have, we've all heard about DSAC's national policy on repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects that was approved by Cabinet. There is a list of types of objects that describes what is protected that may not be exported without a permit from SARA, but those objects need to be assessed according to criteria that the Act makes provision for. And then the Act also makes provision for regulation of dealers, and SARA has such a regulation in place, and we're looking into how to implement it. So we know that we should all have inventories, all institutions, state institutions in particular, and obviously museums should have inventories of what is in their collections. And the South African Heritage Resources Information System, SARIS, was created by SARA as a free tool to both inventorize and manage South African heritage resources. And we are baffled as to why museums and state entities would rather pay consultants a lot of money than use this tool. And no matter how many times we have addressed this at summer conferences and elsewhere, and assured people, you know, of essentiality where they so desire, it is not happening. And then I think it's important to know also that the SARS, the South African Revenue Services, as we know, have a prohibited and restricted list. And we know that for many years, up until the last, I think 5 years ago, the list of types of heritage objects are included. But unfortunately, those list of objects are there as part of SARS template of tariff codes that confuses them. So what SADA has been inundated with for the last 4 years, 5 years, is people are referred to us for importing stuff, books that people use every day, videos, technology, but the heritage objects that are leaving our country, we are not being informed of. And it's something that we've been struggling to address with SARS. I'm looking at the definition that we have come up with in SARA regarding heritage crime. And so for us, heritage crime includes the illegal exploitation or attempted exploitation of a heritage object as defined or described on the list of types from South Africa without a permit issued by SARA. The unauthorized restoration or conservation work carried on a specifically declared heritage object or collection, destroy, damage, or disfigure heritage objects, or disperse a specifically declared collection, trade in any archaeological, paleontological, or meteorites. I've included fakes and forgeries as a question mark because this is emerging, and there's been a lot of reports of fakes and forgeries being made of works of very important South African artists, Irma Stern, Dumeli Feni, and others. And I know that this is something that is being addressed by the University of Pretoria, where they have the technology to identify fakes and forgeries. And the Hawks are grappling with how to investigate this because there isn't much of a value to fakes and forgeries. So they've not really decided on, where it fits in to their work. So regional cooperation among Southern African countries takes place. South Africa forms part of the UNESCO Regional Forum to implement the 1970 and the 1954 conventions. And at the last one that was held in October, some of the recommendations, and I thought to include some of them, especially because none of them have been implemented, is to encourage regional coordination and partnership to achieve a united voice and common position in fighting illicit trafficking of cultural property and managing restitution in Africa. Member states to consider other possible means, such as the UNESCO Intergovernmental Committee for promoting the return of cultural property and multilateral agreements in dealing with the 1970 conventions, non-retroactivity clause of international conventions to address the repatriation of looted cultural property prior to 1970. And then, of course, one that I think we all need to take note of is the fact that the UNESCO, UNIDRA, and other agencies should provide more support to capacitate member states to implement the 1970 convention, obviously 1995, and the 1954 convention. Now, looking at the roles and functions of state and civil society, I thought that it's important that we be reminded of what the Constitution says about intergovernmental relations. And just to remind us that all spheres of government and all organs of state within each sphere must cooperate with one another in mutual trust and good faith by fostering friendly relations, assist and supporting one another, inform one another of consulting one another on matters of common interest, coordinate the actions and legislation with one another, adhere to agreed procedures, and avoid legal proceedings against one another. And this is particularly important for SARA because of the struggles that we have had with customs over many years. And also, often we ourselves as entities operate in isolation. And looking at the state, so SARA is the organization mandated to regulate the movement of heritage objects to foreign countries. DSAC, International Relations Department, deals with coordination and facilitation of participation in the conventions. And then customs officials are, in terms of the National Heritage Resources Act, heritage inspectors, and so are SAPS members. And as I mentioned earlier on the walks, particularly under the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, they actually have a heritage coordinator responsible for heritage crimes. I think that is a major achievement. And then there's Interpol, who has a role to play as well. And then DIRCO deals with matters outside of South Africa. And then civil society, you know, the institutions of public culture. So we have our experts, individuals, and generally we rely on academics and museum professionals. But SARA is very conscious of the fact that we have not yet been able to ensure that there is community participation. You know, those members of communities who have the knowledge of significance, you know, what Gramsci many years referred to as organic intellectuals, they are there and we need to find them. The heritage bodies, you know, our museums and other such bodies, and particularly those bodies who form around particularly around particular heritage issues. Siraj mentioned earlier on that in his community, and he's particularly talking about the the two rivers in at Lisbeth, and then there's also some other such bodies. But what we find is that when such bodies establish themselves, it's always around sites. For some reason that is quite easy to do. And we've not been able to identify bodies that form around the protection of heritage objects. And that is something that we as SARA are quite conscious of and looking into how to address that. It could be because heritage objects are privately owned and, you know, it has a value and that people find it difficult to actually deal with it or make it known or organize around it. And then I think it's very important that we must have relations with these civil society formations and individuals, and that we must enter into partnerships with civil society to promote a culture of caring and co-curatorship. I think Siraj dealt with it earlier on. You know, there's the Mali model where people are invited, you know, by the archive to bring their manuscripts to archive, and they are given a key, you know, to have access. It's something that I think we also need to begin to think about in our country, how to make our museums, how to make the public participate in museums and in heritage objects management and conservation. And then the way forward. So what I think we need to look at is a coordinating mechanism. And I say this word mechanism deliberately because we do not have to have face-to-face meetings. We do not have to spend resources. COVID has taught us that we can meet online or in other creative ways. So we need that coordinating mechanism that include all role players to ensure that there is implementation of the convention, that there is adequate preparation for states party and regional meetings to implement the resolutions, and that resources available to member states are accessible. We must tighten the gaps where they exist, such as the customs issues, the border police issues that raised, the fact that removal companies' documentation does not include information about heritage objects, all of which contributes to illicit traffic, and the judiciary should take place. And we must look into raising public awareness about protected heritage objects, regulation of their movement outside South Africa, and partnerships. So the draft policy on the repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects have been approved. And at some stage, once the policy is implemented and infrastructure is created, there must be a discussion as to whether South Africa is going to contribute to the International Fund for the Return and Restitution of Cultural Property. And we need to extend relations with African Union, who are currently dealing with what the African response should be to restitution. And lastly, I think it's important that we use SARS to inventorize collections according to object ID standards so that we document what we own, which enables us to claim when stolen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Regina. I almost say thank you, Regina. That's how we call those names where in the village where I come from. It was Natal. So I almost exposed myself. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. What a comprehensive presentation. A round of applause again, colleagues. And I like the way that you have been able to kind of move from the global picture and then you then narrowed it to what we need to do also as a country in South Africa. And of course, looking at the National Heritage Resources Act in terms of how it then relates to this particular convention, and some of the provisions of the act that regulates the movement of cultural properties. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm told that maybe we need to take one more presentation, the one on World Heritage Sites management in South Africa. Let me give it to you, Ms. Beng. Let's wait for sanitization to take place. And then we'll take an overall discussion after Ms. Beng, and then we will close because the other item will then be moved to
Good afternoon, Sanibonani, Dumelang, Abshe, Timacheloni, Uyemedach. I'd like to start by acknowledging the DDGs from TISAC, especially DDG Ndima, Dr. Masuku, UNESCO Rosa, resource people from the center, NADCOM, my colleagues from the different departments, academics and people from other organizations, and then lastly, our youth, which is our future. My name is Nandi Papengu. I'm from this department, Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. And I'm from the branch called Biodiversity and Conservation. There are 8 branches there. And my chief directorate is called the Protected Area System Management. And my directorate is called the Protected Area Multilateral Programs. And I'm from the unit called World Heritage Management. I'm happy to be here. This presentation was supposed to be done by my supervisor, Ms. Ntloko. The invitation came to her and she delegated this to myself, and I'm happy to share the podium with these people. I'm humbled. I'll do a presentation of the World Heritage. That is the outline of my presentation. I look at the governance structure of the convention, 1972 convention, our international obligations, national obligations, the distribution of these World Heritage sites, the current project in which we get UNESCO support, and the current project in which we'll need national support, and then the roles and responsibilities of other departments and organizations. The governance structure of the convention, it was ratified by 194 state parties, and South Africa also is a signatory to this convention since 1997. And the convention recognizes sites of natural and cultural significance that are so exceptional that they transcend national boundaries. And the convention is overseen by the World Heritage Committee, which comprises 21 countries, and South Africa is one of the committee until 2023. We are serving in the committee until 2023, and the committee governs its meeting through rules of procedure. There's also the UNESCO World Heritage Center, which was created in 1992, which is a secretariat to the World Heritage Committee. And you saw the advisory bodies, those three advisory bodies, ICROM, IUCN, and ICOMOS. Luckily, I don't have to go and explain them because people were here to explain themselves. What are our international obligations as the signatory to this convention? We need to identify, protect, conserve, and present and transmit to future generations the heritage of outstanding universal value, adopt general policies to give heritage a function in the life of the community, integrate heritage protection, set in place services for protection, conservation, and presentation of the heritage. Once these sites are inscribed on the World Heritage sites, they need to be presented for tourism purposes, develop scientific and technical studies, and take appropriate legal, scientific, technical, administrative, and financial measures to protect our heritage. What are our national obligations as a state party? We serve as a focal point for the convention. Our responsibility is to facilitate the nomination of sites on the World Heritage List, oversee the management of all World Heritage sites in South Africa, and ensure protection and conservation of World Heritage sites. To fulfill the obligation of the convention, we promulgated the convention and the format and procedure for nomination of sites in South Africa in 2015. And the convention goes hand in hand with the operational guidelines. Regionally, we form part of the Africa Group that has been established to solicit a consensus for Africa position amongst the Africa Group countries. And nationally, we have that body. It's called South African World Heritage Convention Committee, which is appointed by the minister to oversee the implementation of the World Heritage Convention in South Africa. Most of the departments are part of this committee, and it meets twice a year. We also have the African World Heritage Fund, which acts as a Category 2 center under the auspice of the UNESCO to assist African countries that have ratified the 1972 convention. The distribution of these World Heritage sites, globally, we have that 1.154 sites which are listed, and nationally, we are proud to inform you that we have 10 World Heritage sites, 5 are cultural, 4 natural, 1 is mixed in all the 9 provinces in South Africa. And these are the Ismangaliso Wetland Park, which is in my province in KZN, which is a natural site. Robben Island in Western Cape is a cultural site. Fossil Community Site of South Africa is a cereal site. Maluti Drakensberg is a mixed site. Mapungube Cultural Landscape in Limpopo is a cultural site, Cape Flora region, a natural site, Fredefort Dome, a natural site, Raftersfeld Botanical and Cultural Landscape, which is a cultural site, Komani, also a cultural site, and Barberton Makonjwa Mountains in Mpumalanga, which is also a cultural site. The current projects in which UNESCO support is required. We are the chairperson of the Africa Group and vice chair to the 45th session of the World Heritage Committee. This committee will take place in Kazakhstan, which is in the Russian Federation from the 19th to the 30th of June. And it will be presided over by the Excellency, Mr. Alexandra Kuznetsov. And as the member of the committee will coordinate the Africa Group prep meetings. I continue with the current projects. We have just, as Mr. Umlwana alluded to this one, we've just submitted the Human Rights Liberation and Reconciliation Nelson Mandela Legacy Sites, which comprise of 10 sites that demonstrate, tell a story of liberation of our country. This one was submitted on the 1st of February 2022 to UNESCO. And there's this one, which is still on the pipeline, Emergence of Modern Humans, is comprised of 3 sites, and it demonstrates how the modern human emerged. This one will be submitted in 2023. We also, there's also the site of memory, which is linked to the World Heritage Center. The discussion and underway, an open-ended working group was established, which on this and this one for reporting at the 45th session of the committee. We also have the state of the conservation reports. South Africa is requested to submit an update state of conservation report for the fossil hominicide, Cape Flora region and Maluti Drakensberg World Heritage Sites by 1st of December. And also Ismangaliso Wetland Park submitted theirs to monitor the conservation of their sites, which was submitted just the day before yesterday. We also receive inquiries at the state party. We receive inquiries on the mining in Barberton, Ismangaliso, the bridge of St. Lucia, and Dr. Masuku alluded to the Table Mountain fires. We, as the state party, there's a national action plan with all the stakeholders involved, and also we need to respond to UNESCO. There's also funding which were received for the Fredefort Dome for the development of the disaster risk management, which came to NADCOM, through NADCOM from UNESCO, and we're also in the process of revising the tentative list. And there's also the 3rd cycle periodic reporting, which is a reporting on the implementation of the convention every 5 years. These are the projects in which we need national support. That is, these the departments that are here. They have the revision of the World Heritage Convention Act, which is now a bill. We're still in the process of consulting. Is still with our legal department. So our next stakeholder will be DISAC and NTT. Buffering mechanism, we're developing a buffering mechanism of all heritage sites in South Africa. We'll also develop capacity development strategy for all World Heritage Sites in South Africa, and also the framework for disaster risk management. What are the role and involvement of other departments in the implementation of the convention? The Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, we are the focal point. We coordinate nomination of World Heritage Sites to the World Heritage List. We ensure conservation of these sites. We also play an oversight role on the management of all these sites in South Africa. Department of International Relations and Cooperation, we monitor international development and also advise pursuant to government policy in order to protect national sovereignty and territory integrity. National Department of Tourism, they provide support in the presentation of our sites, and Arts and Culture, we oversee the management and conservation of the cultural heritage sites, and also they chair the African World Heritage Fund. We're also in the process of revising an MOU with DISAC and also with National Department of Tourism. The provincial departments, this is where all the our World Heritage sites are situated. Some of the provincial departments serve as management authorities, some are under entities, and that are among some of the World Heritage sites which are based in the provincial level. We have the KZN, Ezemvelo, Sunparks, Smangaliso Wetland Park Authority, Eastern Cape Park Tourism Agency, and Cape Nature. African World Heritage Fund is responsible for capacity building of the convention and develop strategy to deal with challenges that many African countries meet in the implementation of the convention. That is my supervisor, Ms. Tumeka Nhloko, and those are head details. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much. I think you have represented her very, very well. Thank you. Let's do the sanitization, and then let's also open this up for discussions. Thank you very much, Nandipa, for that comprehensive presentation. As you were talking about the revision of the World Heritage Convention Act and the amendment, maybe the things that you might just want to highlight is this chip you are trying to address there, or what kind of problems that you have encountered in the implementation of it that then calls for the revision. But I saw the hand, is Dr. Muhlame, Dr. Koza, you have the floor. We're opening up, colleagues, for discussion before we close today. Dr. Koza, you have the floor. Ah, okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Stanley Koza. I'm the Vice President of the Association of Independent Record Companies and the sitting chairperson of Mushita, which is Africa's premier music conference. Mine is to say, of all the speakers that have spoken, is their way of getting their presentations that were shared for two particular reasons. It is difficult to listen, make notes, and understand what each institution does without reference for later engagements. When we sit here, we have constituencies that we refer back to. So it's important that we share those notes, we share those presentations so that they engage and understand deeply what the work that is being done by most of you, because these are really great things that we need. Outside any questions is just a plea to say, can we have a way of having the presentations shared for future and historic purposes? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. I think that that's a very important. In fact, it's like you heard me when I was whispering to Dr. Masugu's ear, you know, as these presentations were being delivered, and the manner in which they are so informative. One was beginning to say, but it would be a big mistake not to share this information with all the participants here, and maybe we need to find a way that I'm sure that they left their contacts and email addresses so that we are able to provide that. But I saw the hand, and you can take the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Sipesi Hlobohlase. I'm one of the recipients of the bursary by the department. So yeah, I'm very honored and glad to be here. I have a question for Ms. Isaacs regarding SARIS as an adequate tool to access information on heritage resources in Southern Africa. But in as much as SARIS is very useful and important, especially for consultants and so on, I feel like it is still lacking, especially in displaying the intangible parts of heritage, because what we see there normally it's phase 2 archaeological mitigation reports, AIAs or HIAs, but the intangible part of heritage, SARIS fails, I think, to capture that adequately. So on that note also, I would like to know what is SARA doing to preserve intangible heritage resources and living heritage, which is something that you cannot see like the tangible and monumental stuff, but also especially for not just to hegemonize, but for African societies, intangible heritage, lived experiences and oral histories, those also are very crucial and fundamental within heritage. So what is SARA also doing to include intangible and living heritage as part of the agenda for preservation?
Thank you very much. Can we take another question before we allow our speakers to respond? Is there any? There was a hand from Dr. Ndlovu. Dr. Ndlovu, online, I understand you raised your hand, but I couldn't see it. My eyes are failing me. Can you please ask question or comment?
No, I think they're referring to my colleague, Dr. Ndubuyaku Ndlovu, not me online. It may be Dr. Ndubuyaku Ndlovu.
You are all doctors, the Ndlovus are doctors. No, Dr. Ndubuyaku Ndlovu, welcome, and you have the floor.
Ngiyabonga Baba Ndima. But I think there was a technical glitch. I had not raised the hand, but maybe since I have the floor, it's just to thank the organizers for the invitation and for the wonderful presentations that we've listened to date. It's been wonderful, and it's been quite a delight to listen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dogotel. Can we then, maybe if there are no further questions or comments from the floor, maybe we can then allow the speakers to respond to some of the questions and comments. I don't know whether you are audible. It doesn't look like. Can you help her?
Thank you very much, DTG and Ma. I think mine was very, people understood my presentation. There's only one query from you, DTG. What kind of problems are we trying to address by revising the convention? If I may just mention a few, is only the convention, this World Heritage Convention was established in 1999, and it only talked to Isimangaliso, which was also inscribed in 1999. There were many gaps that were identified. We thought, since a World Heritage Site is also a protected area, we'll just incorporate this into Protected Areas Act, but that was not ideal. So we decided to just revise the convention and address most of the gaps. If I may, I can mention one of the gap was that it talks only of proclamation and doesn't give what is it, the regulation for deproclamation, if you want to deproclaim the site. So we need to put that into the convention. And also, if you want to transfer management authority, you are moving one management authority to another. It doesn't have that, that regulation. And also there are some definitions which needs to be revised, like the definition of the buffer zone. There are so many, we have natural sites, we have cultural sites, we have mixed sites. The definition of the buffer zone only talked to the buffer zone of Mangaliso. Those are the few gaps that had come into my mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Regina?
Thank you, Chairperson. So I think you're absolutely correct in identifying the challenge with SARS. The fact that it was initially set up by an archaeologist for archaeology. And I think when it was launched in 2013, you know, a lot of the challenges, you know, with the lack of inclusivity and representativity of other heritage resources were identified, and it's been a constant state of evolution. But I don't think we've finally gotten to ensuring, you know, that it's a resource that everyone can use and feel that they are represented. You know, in 2013, when just before the actual launch, there was a lot of debate and discussion within SARA about the inclusion of heritage objects, for example. Just, you know, it used to have these generic fields that applies to all heritage resources, and they do not all apply. So I can assure you that there is a major overhaul being undertaken. And I don't have a time frame for when the process would be complete. And I do take your point about the fact that intangible heritage is not reflected in any way. And it's something that we as SARA are very much aware of. We used to have a unit in SARA that dealt with intangible heritage. We even got to a point of drafting a policy. But I think it's still very much a draft stage, and through the years, you know, that office was closed down. But we've realized that it's something that we need to address. And I think going forward, the issue of intangible heritage will receive attention within SARA as it should. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I think there is a hand at the back. If you can please introduce yourself and then make your point.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Lula Mangone from Tembisa. I'm director of a company known as Upper Music and Entertainment, which promotes unknown and talented musicians. Let me direct my comment just to you, Master of Ceremonies, DDG, to say, look, after these rich presentations, I'm a better person than when I got in here. All I'm asking is that as musicians, we really feel so left behind. I don't know what we have done wrong in this country, because even during COVID, you could see that when everybody was acknowledged, one line will be for us and people will forget. Taverns are better than us. And that is so true. And I don't know. Look, DDG, I would have thought that in a program of arts and culture, you would have thought of just putting one or two artists to change the mood at the beginning and maybe before lunch. I'm telling you, And maybe when we close, you don't know how much that means to us. Sometimes at the point where we are even prepared now to sell ourselves short, where we even come and say we're doing these things for free, but even our free services are not wanted. I really do not understand when, if we cannot be relevant in an arts and culture program, I wonder how are we going to convince the corporate world to say, guys, in your conferences, include us. We have marched, we have stayed in, we have kept quiet, but we have not brought attention. Thank you, DTG.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Masugu, you want to say something? Okay.
Thank you very much. I just want to yet again thank the speakers, the resource people, and thank very much for a very, very informative session. And of course, the questions that have risen as a result of your presentations. And I hear the plea from the back. And I said in the beginning, let's also be players. We've had the plea. You want to be given the space. In the future, we will do so. Yet again, I'm happy that my colleague here from UNESCO Rosa is here. If you look at the 1972 convention, and you look at the other conventions, they are the ballerinas. I know they are the Cinderellas of the sector. The 1972 convention is the African World Heritage Fund, which begins to look at its implementation broadly in Africa. It's the ballerina of the sector. And the other conventions are the Cinderellas. Especially also the convention that is referring to the 2005 Convention on Cultural Expressions. So we need to find a way in the region to balance the playing field, to begin to say, let us prioritize the other conventions. We can't just have the 1972 convention as the ballerina of the sector. So that is your, I'll use in Afrikaans, your patkos, your provision as the region to begin to say, how do we prioritize as a region and ensure that resources, attention is equally given to all these other conventions as similar as the 1972 convention. And also with our body, the African World Heritage Fund, as the professor has said that we need to look at intersectionality. I remember at a time where a proposal was written looking at underwater cultural heritage, which was happening in a space of the 1972 convention, which was Robben Island. So some spaces have more than one convention. And let us try and see the integration of the convention and see the relationship between these conventions, as Professor Rasool has also pointed out. Particularly because as Africa, we don't have the luxury of putting resources in one convention and prioritizing it. Let us begin to have a basket where we can group resources to ensure that all the conventions are equally looked after. I'm very sympathetic to the 2005 convention of the artists, the creative geniuses. That convention needs to become robust because as we talk right now, they're in the minority. The conventions that we're looking at are very much conventions around cultural heritage. I'd like that we prioritize Convention 2005 in terms of the culture of our activists and the creative industry here, so that they know that we prioritize them in terms of the convention. So that is my intervention, my thought. And Chair, in the program, tomorrow we have a session where we're going to look at the interventions and what the students are picking out from this platform. We also have in the agenda a section where academics also have a platform to say something. So I think Khomotso here was going to call the youth that is here for them to have a little meeting to prepare for tomorrow in terms of what are they picking up from here, so that as we begin to look at the strategy going forward, we want to ensure that the youth voice is here and the academic voice is also here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Masugu. And I just think that this brings us to the end of the day, but just a bit of also reflections on the day. I think that is going to be quite important, colleagues, and I'm glad that Dr. Masugu, you did just check with us whether this is being documented or if this is being recorded. Yes, indeed, this is being recorded. So we would then be able to lift out some of the salient issues that came out of the minister's speech this morning, what his view was with regards to this particular workshop. And of course, what also the kind of information that was shared by Mr. Duran in terms of the UNESCO programs. And of course, he's still here. If there are further, questions that we want to have, I think he has already welcomed us to say he can just share more information. And I think also it would be quite important that we look at what Prof. Rensbeck also said about this particular gathering, that one of the things that we need to look at is kind of looking at some strategic objectives so that we are able to assess progress, over time and say, we met, at Birchwood, and these are the things that we set for ourselves. Have we been able to do that? But he went further to talk about some of the flagships. And I just think, Dr. Masugu, that even tomorrow, and we must just sleep over this because it was kind of a bombshell to us when Prof. Rensbeck was saying to us, challenging us to come up with flagships. It's not something that you can just think about, but you can sleep over it. And I'm sure that by tomorrow, people would have thought about not many things, because you see, sometimes we make mistakes by then just looking for a wide range of things, one or two big things that we think that we can do to ensure that we're able to assess progress in the area of work that is happening. And I can not say more of what you said, Dr. Masugu, in terms of also just saying that we should be practical about what we say, so that also you are not just ceremonial, but you are really facilitating the transformation that the sector is supposed to undergo, but also to think globally and also think locally and even act locally for the benefit of the South African public or South African community. So let's bear those things in mind. I must say that it was very enlightening to listen to colleagues who represent us in these international organizations like ICOMOS, ICOM, and ICROM, and the kind of work that's happening there. But I think then that for me was talking to the youth to say, look at what is happening, not just in South Africa, but what's happening out there. But you begin here, because the understanding that you're gonna gather here, it's gonna empower you to even act globally. So I'm glad also that our youth was here to really just be exposed to these kinds of discussions. And I'm glad also that they would have their own input tomorrow in terms of their own observations of what they've observed during these deliberations. What is their take home? What is it that they would want to contribute as well as the youth? Thank you very much. I also think that we just learn a lot about the conventions, the 1954 convention with second protocol from Professor Rasool, also the 1970 convention, which was presented to us by Ms. Isaacs, as well as the presentation of the 1972 convention presented to us by Ms. Bengu. And we have learned a lot from this, and we understand also some of the expectations. We also understand, we have been made to understand some of the gaps in the implementation of those, because what is also important is that we're gathering here as this, I would say, a team, you know, to look at these conventions as not just things to think about when UNESCO say, please report. And you start scurrying around for looking at projects and swaying some of the projects that are not even fitting because you just want to report. These are our international instruments. And we have domesticated these international instruments through national legislation, national policies. And we should be able to implement and be able to share our experiences with the whole world, to say, this is how far we've been able to implement, this is how we've domesticated this in our own respect, in our own country, and then begin to share our challenges and also learn from the world, and the world to learn from us. So these are the things, colleagues, that I just thought that maybe as part of now closing this session for the day, I need to just highlight, and we have noted also all the questions that have come, but also something that was running in my mind, Regina, as you were presenting, and other colleagues were presenting. We have been talking about civil society. I think we need to try and concretize what we mean by civil society. But also as heritage, do we have the database of individuals? Do we have database of academics in this space, experts in this space, organizations, community-based organizations in our space, non-governmental organization in this space? Because you see, that becomes very much important, because now these are your stakeholders that you know that you can always be in touch with. But also that would make it a point that your policies, your legislative frameworks, your programs are grounded on those civil society organizations. You're not doing something that you just because you are enjoying it yourself, but you are being responsive to certain constituencies, stakeholders that you work with, that you need to be in touch with on a regular basis. You spoke about that, Dr. Masuku, about the heritage economy. Just going beyond heritage for its own sake, but looking at livelihoods. We need to be able to say who is in that space. How are they doing? What are the challenges? If there are opportunities that are coming, recently we've seen the mushrooming of PESP, which is Presidential Economic Stimulus Programs. Now, if there are opportunities like that, you need to then say, but I have a database, and start engaging with people to say, here are opportunities. What do you think you can do? So that also we make it a point that people are able to eke out livelihoods through heritage. So thank you so much. It was good to be with yourself, and we will indeed put together all this presentation, and we will then ensure that you receive them. And Dr. Masuku, I'm not here tomorrow because of other engagements, but I will be with you in spirit. You know, if I had a choice, I would have wanted to be here tomorrow and continue in this journey with you. But thank you so much, colleagues, and we really appreciate your participation. This meeting is closed for today. Thank you. colleagues who have been managing our presentations, the sound. Thank you so much. And I'm sure the one who will be taking over will also thank you again tomorrow.